Hello, good morning, good day, good evening, wherever you are. Welcome back to No Man's Sky. Welcome back to our journey through the galaxy to places far, far away. Let's get into it. There are a couple of things. I did name the stream The Search for Drop Pods because that's kind of what I want to do. Since I do still have, I think, like 7 of these maps that apparently let you find drop pots and therefore expand your inventory. That being said, though, I do want to do a couple of other things as well. But first of all, let's refill our hazard protection. Why did we leave off on this planet? Let me double check that. So there are a couple of other things that I wanted to do as well. I am currently in the system with my moon base, right? Which I might be able to use for paraffinium, for example. That is something that I definitely want to get into, is potentially build bases that allow me to mine, like permanently mine certain minerals. That would be pretty awesome, but obviously I'm still missing quite a bit to be able to actually do that. Also, another thing that I realized very, sort of at the end of last stream's thing. Oh. So this is how it works. You just sort of randomly get supercharged slots. Ah, okay. So you can, I guess, move stuff around then. That's how it works. Interesting. So you need to find the supercharged slot, and then it allows you to put stuff there. Yeah, so I need to build these things. I don't currently have phosphorus, though, I'm pretty sure. I might want to build the environmental protections for my exocraft. Was there something else that I actually wanted to do on this planet, though? I was here for a reason, I do remember that. I think it was some sort of mineral. Dioxide. Oh yeah, maybe I should. Alright, let's get into it. Kill... This planet was probably named by K. Brown 62406, but yeah. Copper, dioxide, sodium. I think I was here for sodium, right? I wanted to have more sodium. Which, yes, I am still missing quite a bit of that. I'm somewhat annoyed, though, that I can't really sodium. Oh, oops. I always want to, have I already scanned you? I'm so used to when I'm sitting in vehicles. Also, let's grab this. Oh, wait, I can do it from the car. Completely forgot about that. No, not reloading. Okay, thank you. What is currently active? Cannon, exocraft, miner. Yeah. So I'm really used to. Oh, that is somewhat annoying. I have to drive. Yeah, the controls of this aren't really all that good. I wish you could change them, actually. I'm really used to. I guess, well, they wanted to have R2 be the weapon and mining laser and whatnot, but I kind of wish that it was done differently, because in Battlefield, for example, right, R2, or in most games actually, R2 usually is. Though, well, let me double check that. Control options. I don't think you can actually change anything about that, unfortunately. does it even count as flight controls, or... Oh yeah, you can't even change it. Or can you? On foot? Why can you not change controls? Exocraft. That is so strange to me that you cannot... L2 is even reverse? Oh yeah, it is. Why is that? Oh my god. No Man's Sky is such a cool game, but yet it has this issue of just being, you know, for some reason not functioning the way you'd think a modern game would work, especially in terms of allowing you to actually... Oh no, ooh. Don't want to damage my technology again. Especially in terms of actually letting you... Like, customizing controls should be such an obvious and, you know, just a thing that should just exist, right? It makes no sense whatsoever that that's not something that you can actually change. That's mind-blowing to me that that's not a thing. Well, that does mean, though, now that I accidentally discovered how these... oh, I could mine dioxide here and just build this. Do I have silver with me, though? Probably my ship, right? Nope. Shit. I think, I think I moved all the silver to my freighter, unfortunately. Oops. Well, that does mean that I'll probably have to... build more, things in the future, more hazard protection and whatnot. Let's see, cobalt and ferrite dust. I should have... I'm actually low on ferrite dust. Well, I can always get more of that. That shouldn't be too much of an issue. But I don't know if I actually have enough to keep mining here. I might have to, well, we'll see. Let's get as much sodium as I can, and then possibly come back for that at some point. I mean, I do have some sodium, I just would like to have a bigger stack of it. I wonder if there's a terrain manipulator for this thing, though I suppose that would probably be really, really annoying to use. By the way, let me write that down before I forget about it. Exocraft, or, let's see, mineral extraction outpost, freighter expansion. Well, I could put it here, to be honest. Let's put this above this. Exocraft. Let's see, what's it even called? So I want to have this thermal buffer. And what's the other one? Neutron shielding. Then we have the air filtration unit. And last one is megawatt heater. It's cool that they're not all called the exact same thing, by the way. Makes it more realistic. And then my exosuit itself also still needs frost protection. Thermic layer. Let's see. Exosuit gets the Thermic. But yeah. Oh boy. Already getting a billion new things that I wanna grab. Also, by the way, if I scan with this, would it show me buried technology modules? I suppose yes, right? Because it does show cargo drops as well. Oh, one thing that I do want to check though. Carbon. Oh, I actually need carbon, I think. A little bit at least. Don't necessarily want to rob the planet of its trees, but well, I can do that from inside. Why did I go outside to do that? I still need to learn to actually, you know, use the exocraft, I think. It's actually the first time that I'm using it, funnily enough. Just want to grab a bunch of ferrite dust. I will be getting more than enough ferrite dust anyways, and I technically still have more than enough in my... Oh, it's unidentified. Why is that unidentified? Oh, hello. 6 out of 7 species. Oh, right. Where am I even going? Sodium-rich plant. I could grab that. Pretty far away from my ship at this point. Yeah, so the weirdest part about navigating the rover really is just that you, for some reason, need to turn your camera in the direction that you want to drive, and that is such a weird thing. It's tripping me up a lot. Oops. Like, that is something that I'm not used to at all. And I really, really don't understand why they chose to do it this way. Again, it's not even... I don't even mind that they did it this way. I mean, if we go back to my Battlefield example, the standard controls, at least in my opinion, the standard controls are atrocious on console for like Battlefield 4 back in the day, and they kind of... Oh, another unidentified material. They kind of kept them for some reason for the newer ones, but thankfully they do still allow legacy controls, which I think back when either Bad Company 2 or Battlefield 3 launched on consoles, don't fall down here, I'm pretty sure that at that point they essentially came up with those controls. And wait, what is that? Was he scanning me or something? And then for some reason they changed them in I think it was Battlefield 4. I don't recall 100% how they did that, but oh, for fuck's sake, that's one of the ones that I've already cleared out. Why is it still showing? Well, that's unfortunate. Anyways, I guess since I'm still lacking the protection here, let's maybe go to the ship, because there is no point if I constantly have to use resources to keep up my where's my ship? There. If I constantly have to keep up resources, then it's not really worth it. But yeah, for some reason, I think at some point, I don't know if it was Battlefield 4 or whenever it was, but they did change how the controls worked. I think mainly because people were having problems with the old ones, I suppose. I don't really see how that would be a thing, but well, arguably, you know, Battlefield was a game that was somewhat difficult to get into. And did require you to be, you know, at least somewhat proficient in how it controlled. I mean, that was definitely noticeable, right? If you were playing online, at least, especially when you were on bigger servers with like 64 people on them, it was quite apparent that about half of those people had absolutely no clue what they were doing, right? And were playing it, I guess, a little bit like it would be Call of Duty or something. Wait, how do I... what? Oh, there it is. Yeah, carbon. And so, you know, you had quite the easy time to usually do stuff in Battlefield. Which is why I kept playing it. It was really, really fun. If you knew what you were doing, it was, you know, but it is a good example of a game, I think, where I think for some reason they noticed, or it was probably their, you know, some idiot, either the PR department or maybe it was also some higher up at EA or something that said, oh, we need to make our game more accessible, right? Not accessible in the sense that it needs to be accessible for people with disabilities or something, but because I think they actually did quite a good job with that. I do think that Battlefield was one of the first games that actually implemented proper, at least one of the first games that I played that actually implemented proper modes for colorblind players, which I thought was really, really cool. So that's not what I'm talking about. I mean the dumb type of accessibility that lets people that have absolutely no clue how a game works still play it, right? And it's a good example of a game that was diminished by the fact that they, I think, tried to somehow, you know, somehow change it in a way where suddenly, I don't want to mind my ship, where suddenly the game became less interesting, or rather, you know, not as fun, because they changed various things into other things that just, you know, on paper seemed like a good idea because they were easier to deal with, right? They were things that were easier to, I guess, get into without having to read up on how weapons work or how classes work and whatnot, but overall greatly diminishes the enjoyment that you can have with a game, because it's just, you know, it just, over time, like, you have to remember that getting into a game is the easy part, right? I mean, yes, of course, you do need your game to be accessible to some degree, but it should never, ever come at the cost of longevity, right? If you change, in Battlefield's case, for example, the classes in the game so that it's easier to get into them, well, sure, but it wasn't really difficult to get into the old ones. It was more, I think, the problem that, well, the game didn't explain them very well. They had some weird upgrade patterns and whatnot that didn't really make a whole lot of sense, because it wasn't even monetized, but yet they had upgrade paths in it as if it was, right? It was completely dumb. So it was that, not the actual class design, that was the problem. But for some reason they went on to change the actual class design, which then meant that, yeah, sure, for people that don't know what they were doing, it was probably a small bit easier to get into it, but it also completely took away any kind of longevity that you had in order to get better with the classes, right? And familiarize yourself with the different ways in which they can work together. And yeah, that was very frustrating. And combine that with a lot of other things that went wrong, mainly also map design. For some reason, like, I don't know if maybe the map designers of Battlefield 3 and 4 left or something, or maybe it was because they changed to a newer version of their engine and somehow focused more on the visuals rather than the actual functionality of the map. I don't know, but ever since Battlefield 4, like when they introduced Battlefield 1, it was called, right? Ever since then, the maps have been absolutely horrible. to play in, right? I mean, they might look cool, but they're not good maps. Anyways, that fun excurse into Battlefield. Let's see then. I think, well, I do still need to collect sodium, obviously. I do want to get the other stuff. Is the freighter my freighter in my current system here? Yes, I did park it here. Let's go back to the freighter real quick to just make a quick check on my technologies and which kind of things I might be able to buy. Also, I could make a quick, let's see, quick trip to the anomaly. Summon the freighter first. Just want to make sure that I can actually or whether or not I can craft certain technologies already and I don't need to grab materials for them. Can I still, I am able to, no, I'm not able to. Okay. Is there a way to summon the exocraft to your freighter then? I mean, I guess there has to be, right? Because otherwise, how would you access your... Huh. That is quite strange. I think there has to be a way somehow to get access to your vehicles inside your freighter, right? I guess this just shows them for some reason? Is this just a visual thing? Yeah, I don't know. That's strange, honestly. Well, whatever. I can just copy the materials over as soon as I'm back. Let's also look at this. Debrief. So we got Boom and Pearl. A couple credits. In terms of credits, these expeditions do seem quite useful. Oh yeah, I'm still missing cadmium as well. That is kind of what I wanted to do first, but that also includes building yeah, let's maybe get through the that's so difficult. So I want to build, let me see. The three main things that I currently want to do: upgrade my technologies, as I just said, repair my starship, and by doing that, also trying out to build a mineral extraction outpost for cadmium. And I also want to upgrade my exosuit inventory, which is technically the easiest to do currently. Though I would like to... So this slot is supercharged, right? But that is just the rocket launcher, so... If I move this... Accelerator upgrade... Infraknife accelerator... Why are these two... Oh, are they both in a supercharged slot? This is also supercharged. See, that's the thing. So if your quote-unquote basic technology is in a supercharged slot, what does that mean? Does it mean that it doesn't do anything? because it's not, because I would think that the supercharged slots would mean, or at least that's how I interpreted it when I saw it on either other streams or in the patch notes, was that it seemed to me as if it was essentially an upgrade to your upgrades, right? So if you have something like this that says plus 37% shield strength, if you put this in a supercharged slot, it would increase that percentage by a lot, I think. But if one of your basic technologies is in such a slot, then I don't think it actually does anything, right? At least I don't think it does. Which is another... the game really, really doesn't explain things very well. I also don't think that there is actually, if we go in here, guide, there should, in theory, be an explanation of that, right? Somewhere? Maybe they put it in here somewhere? Upgrades installed adjacent to other upgrades of the same type will provide an additional boost, further improving device performance. You cannot have more than 3 upgrades. Doing so will cause the upgrades to... Yeah, I think they just completely forgot to include any type of explanation to their new system. Great. I mean, it's fine. I think I know how it works. Let's also go here. Oh. Wait. I thought there was still... Shouldn't there still have been dihydrogen in here? I thought there was still dihydrogen in here. I hope that doesn't... I think there might still be a bug. I think I heard that. Maybe there still is a bug with, if you move your freighter, it leaves behind your refined materials or something. So I guess I just need to... I can refine stuff as long as I'm on my freighter. But I'll get it out there once I leave, I suppose. Oh, wait. Do I still have Starship fuel? Frigate fuel 200 tons. Where is my dihydrogen? Yeah, that is weird that you can't access your exocraft. Does the multi-tool have supercharged slots then? Yeah. Which ones though? Because it's an A class, it should have multiple, right? And Oldcaster Mining B. I mean, this is one, the personal force field, which I don't really use at all. Advanced mining laser, mining speed 32%. I probably want to supercharge this one though, right? This is supercharged. And I do want that, I think. That makes sense. So that increases my rewards. I think the technology usually had like plus 6,000%, so it's about a 20% increase or something. Okay, fair enough. So this is already in the right slot. It's really just... I probably want to move around these two and then move something else in here, though I don't really know which one I would move in there. It is interesting, however, how they've done this. That you can't, apparently you can't decide which ones the actual supercharged slots are. And I think that's quite interesting because now it's actually, like a game of Tetris, to put the things where they need to be for you, right? So for example, since this is supercharged and this is supercharged, but I only have 3 mining upgrades, I can't put them both, like, I can't put both of these supercharged slots to work with my mining equipment, because it still needs to be together to get those bonuses as well. I think that's it's a pretty cool way of doing it. That is frustrating though, because the exocraft isn't here. I can't even look at what I need for its upgrades. That is dumb. I mean, I can look into the inventory, but the blueprints, I think, blueprint section or something. Okay, well, let's see here. I can probably also still sell some other stuff. We'll get into that here shortly, though. Okay, the first thing was the thermic layer, right? Cold resistance plus 21%. Oh, wait a second. This is an upgrade though, whereas these ones are additional shields. Well, I guess that's fine. I mean, essentially I probably do want to have all these upgrades eventually. Thermic layer. I have more than enough technology slots, right? Can I install the other upgrades, by the way? As a protection battery. Oxygen rerouting. Upgrades to the aeration membrane of the DNA to harvest oxygen from the life support system in the event of a breathing emergency, allowing the user to resurface and seek connection of the long-term conversion of life support Oh, that's like an additional underwater technology then? Okay. Oh. Do you think I have to have this installed in order for this to actually work? Ah. That's why it says aeration membrane. Oh, oopsie. Because I was confused why this didn't have an outline around it. Oh yeah, that makes more sense then. Crystal sulfide. How the hell do I get that? Is that here? Nitrogen salts? No. Huh? Condensate, cryopump. Is that something that you can find, though, potentially? Probably, right? Well, I guess that gives me another thing that I need to build. I don't necessarily need it, but... membrane. Since I do have the upgrade for it, I think it kind of makes sense to build it as well. Let's see if I can build some of these. This one works, although I kind of have more than enough toxicity protection already. I only have 125 phosphorus, and I think I need the phosphorus for the thing, for the exocraft. Let's double check catalog. Technology blueprints. I think it should be in here, right? Exocraft? Yeah, these things. Dioxide. Okay. So I need the wiring loom, which I think is currently in my starship, so that's fine. I need to build 2 hermetic seals. This one needs uranium and phosphorus. This one just needs 5 carbon nanotubes. The deuterium I don't have. Alright. But I need to get that anyways for my starship. I just need to move this stuff over. Let's build the 5 carbon nanotubes first. Let's put it in my my starship. Exocraft. 2 hermetic seals, phosphorus, uranium. Phosphorus and uranium should be here, I think. Hopefully. Wait, where the hell did I put that? Oh, it's here. Why did I put that here? And let's put it in Starship, and that's nitrogen. Mining beam module. Oh, I can... No, I cannot install that now. I already have maximum. Oh, there it is, uranium. Alright, let's put that in the Starship as well. That way I have access to it every time. Copper, let's see, exosuit. I definitely need carbon. I do have enough dihydrogen in my inventory, though. Oh, yeah, okay, works. Never mind. I was confused why that wouldn't work. Wait, where did it... What? Where did it take the dihydrogen from? I guess I still had a lot somewhere? Oh, I put it in my Starship. Yeah, never mind. Okay. Sure. Let's craft a bunch. Probably means that I need to get some more. Oh yeah, I haven't even... Yeah. Cannot build missing components. Alright, that took all the dihydrogen that I had. Cool. Anything else? Not really. Well, I mean, I can grab some of the dihydrogen from here. Perfect. Now, for now, send out a new expedition so that I don't forget that. I guess I always want to select the longest one, right? Kinda? Because that should, in theory, get me the best results, hopefully. Oh, wait, fuck. What was it? Oh, it's a balanced one. Focus balanced, difficulty rating 2. So I guess I just want to get sort of all of them in here, right? So this is a mining one. This is a trading one. This is a fighting one. And then I guess, yeah, exploration we still need. And then I can either put another mining one or another trade one. In theory, this is worse than the other one, but let's do this. 800 tons of fuel, holy fuck. There has to be a way. Well, I mean, I guess if I somehow build... Dihydrogen is not something that you can mine, though, right? Because it only appears in the in these blue crystals everywhere. Yeah, that is something that I still don't fully understand, how this is supposed to work. There has to be a way to get dihydrogen easily. Because otherwise, how are you going to... You can't collect 1,000 dihydrogen, like, every day. I mean, you can, but that's going to become boring really, really quickly. What was the other thing that I wanted to look for? Oh, right, whether or not I can summon my exocraft here, right? So we have a scanner room. I guess, wasn't there... Orbital exocraft materializer. Advanced integrated freighter equipment construction allows the user to summon any owned exocraft well in the same system as their freighter. This module is placed as an entire room and comes with its functional units pre-installed. But I can build this. I don't have a salvaged frigate module, though. How do I get those? I think last time I speculated because of the name, that you get them by possibly destroying or quote-unquote salvaging frigates. But that would mean that they would cost... I mean, the frigates cost around about 2 million each, usually. So that would be pretty expensive. I mean, not that expensive, but certainly expensive. Oh, hello. That's a lot of chromatic metal. Wait, how does this work, though? It only ever... So these are the ones that it can extract in general, and then depending on the system you're in, it extracts a certain one? Because I think it was done with this, right? Or maybe that was just... I don't... Because how do you get the rest of them? There is no way to decide. And it doesn't show which one it's currently working on. Oh boy. There is so many things that they desperately need to make clearer when you play this game. It is really, really annoying that there are so many things that aren't really explained in-game. And the thing is, and I mentioned that last time as well. Oh, I could buy phosphorus. How expensive would that be? 157? Sure, let's get that. Metal plating, solar mirror, anything else? Not really. Yeah, so the thing is, No Man's Sky does lend itself to finding stuff out on your own, in theory, right? So it would be pretty awesome, in my opinion, if those types of things could be found out by you, either on accident or through some means, right? There would be a way to suddenly stumble upon really, really cool new technology and you don't really know, or so in order to do that, though, they would have to do two things. First of all, it shouldn't show you that salvaged frigate modules are a thing, right? If you want to make it a discovery that players can discover on their own without looking it up online or anything, then at least I think you should do it in a way where the player should not be aware of it at all, right? You shouldn't know that it exists, because as soon as you tell the player that it exists, it becomes frustrating, right? If you show the player a menu that says you need salvaged frigate modules, while at the same time not actually explaining to the player where those things come from, that is very, very frustrating. And that is not a thing that you should do, right? So if you want to make it a discovery, don't include that menu at all, right? Just disable it, don't mention it to the player, and then build into the game a way where it sort of naturally leads you to find these things, right? So I don't even know where you get them from yet, but suppose they actually do come from deconstructing frigates, right? Then the game does point you towards that, right? So the way you get a freighter, I think, was pretty cool, because you sort of randomly get those engagements where you can rescue freighters. And if you don't know about the fact either that you can get freighters or how you get them, that's pretty cool, because the game frequently reminds you of that without actually telling you, hey, that's how you get a freighter. Which I think that's actually done perfectly, right? It sort of very frequently tells you, hey, you can rescue that freighter over there, right? They're currently being attacked. Go there and help them. And I ignored that for a long time because I didn't know that that's how you get freighters. I knew, obviously, I had seen players play the game, and whatever. I played the game when it launched and whatnot, and kept up with its updates. So I did know that you could get freighters eventually. But again, I was sort of quote unquote blind on that. And it was a pretty cool discovery once I decided, oh, hey, this time I'm actually going to help them. And then suddenly I was able to buy the freighter, right? And I was like, I liked that. That was a really, really cool discovery to see, oh, well, the game very frequently pointed me towards that direction, right? It heavily nudged me to, hey, go help those freighter pilots, right? And then I was allowed to buy one. And I thought that was really well done. So I think, if you want to do it that way, I mean, it's still like, if you want to look stuff up online on how to get things, you can still do that, right? That's a perfectly valid way to play this game. But if you want to be blind on it, currently, unfortunately, that's not really possible because it's not fundamentally designed for that. Which is very unfortunate because, again, the way the freighters worked was pretty awesome. So, same way here for these frigate modules. I think the game should not tell you that they are a thing. It shouldn't tell you how you can unlock new things for your freighter. Now, granted, because it does show you that base building exists for freighters, or that these different modules exist, I guess players could guess, oh, hey, that's a thing that I can do. But similar thing, right? I think it would be pretty awesome because once you get a freighter, the game actually does tell you, hey, by the way, now you can hire frigate modules, or frigates rather, to go on expeditions. That's a thing the game essentially tells you once you get a freighter. Could that be done in a better way, or could there be a mission for it? Maybe. I think there might be, though, for the first frigate. I don't fully remember how it did that. But how about, right, after a while, it would just tell you, hey, you can, because, well, you can hire, I think, up to like 25 frigates or something. It's a huge amount, right? So maybe there is a chance that it'll actually tell you at some point, oh, hey, if you're already full on frigates, you can deconstruct one and then get a new one, right? Maybe that's a thing that the game tells you, but if it does, that's way too late. So it should somehow incorporate things. I mean, the frigate missions in and of themselves, I think, are a little bit weird in how they're introduced to you. There should be a lot more explanation going on. Again, same thing, right? It's weird that they require so much dihydrogen. It's not the most difficult thing to get, but I really don't want to spend half an hour every day to get new dihydrogen to be able to do a new exploration mission. I don't think that's how it should work. So it's kind of weird that the game shows you, oh, hey, that's how it works, without actually telling you, hey, this is how you get more dihydrogen quickly or passively or whatever. That is definitely a very, very strange thing. And yeah, in a similar vein, I think they shouldn't actually allow you to purchase, 20, 25 frigates right from the get-go. That should be something that should be limited by, well, first of all, freighter size, freighter class, right? And so maybe the first freighter that you get only has 1 or 2 frigate slots, right? And so they fill up really, really quickly, and then as soon as they are filled up, the game could tell you through like a mission or something that your freighter commander would mention or something like that, right? Okay, by the way, you can deconstruct them, without actually telling you what deconstruction gets you. And then you would deconstruct them, and then you suddenly got the salvaged freighter module. And now it suddenly said, hey, by the way, you can use that to get new base building parts for your freighter. I think that would be a really, really cool way to discover that for new players. But yeah, sadly, that's not how the game currently operates, which I wish. Well, the biggest issue there is that obviously you can have, different, I guess, opinions about how that should be handled. You know, there might be players who think that, um, you know, these things should be told to you straight up, right? I mean, there might be players who aren't really that keen on uh, needing to find that stuff out on your own and want the game to just straight up tell them everything in terms of how it works, which is fine. Though I would argue that the way the game is set up in terms of like your uh, uh, the fact that it is a survival game. I mean, well, you could very well easily just have a an option somewhere in the menu. I mean, they now introduced all those different difficulty sliders, right? So they might as well just include an option to say, oh, hey, by the way, you can like unlock all the uh, all the tutorial things in your menu from the get-go, right? So you could just sort of scroll through them and all the technology recipes and all of that, right? Either those would be unlocked from the start, or you need to find them out on your own. You might as well include both of those options, because why not, right? But I wish the game would be more consistent on actually being designed in a way where you can play it without having to look stuff up. And sadly, it's not, right? It just doesn't work like that, and I wish it would, because it would be incredible to be able to do that and discover these things on your own. But oh well. Anyways, I do need crystal sulfite for the aeration membrane. Let's just write that down so I don't forget it. Crystal sulfite. Any other things that I want to build? I mean, technically these three, right? Uranium I do have enough of, but I already have more than enough toxic protection currently in my suit, I think. I don't want to use up the phosphorus because that's needed for the exocraft upgrade as well. Oh wait, no, this is nuclear. Ah. Might actually build this one then, but not this one. How much ammonia do I have? Let's double check on that. I think I have a lot. Yeah. That's cool then. Let's build the one with ammonia. Toxic suppressor. Wait, no, this is the aeration membrane. Wait, huh? This isn't upgrades the aeration membrane. Didn't I try last time to put this next to this one though, and it didn't work? A significant upgrade for the aeration membrane. Aeration membrane, aquatic respiration aid. User is able to swim underwater for extended periods. Okay. That is rather strange. Well, whatever. How many supercharged slots do I have? So this one is supercharged. This one is as well. And this one. I might be able to... No, I'm 1, 2, 3, 4. I only have 4x, so that doesn't work. Yeah, let's move these around first. Okay, first of all, let's double check. So, well, I mean, eventually I still want to build all of these, so... I guess it's fine for now. This also needs phosphorus. Which means... I need more phosphorus. Phosphorus. Boy, so many materials. Tritium, hydraulic wiring. I could get this one, but I already have 3 exosuit upgrades, so Oh, living pearls. Huh. Advanced jump system. Equips the Exosuit jetpack with advanced jump capabilities, allowing the user to take huge leaps with ease. Activate jump systems by rapidly pressing X. That's a special technology though, right? That sounds less like an upgrade and more like a completely different way of moving around, potentially. Let's see. Jetpack tanks 100%, 100%. Sprint recovery time jetpack tank. So I probably want one of the... Should I try to build that? I mean, it doesn't really cost much. I could just try and see if it works. It doesn't say anything about... Wait. Yeah, okay, that works. Interesting. That's kind of cool though, because that means I should be able to get my jetpack into both of these supercharged slots now. So let's put the basic jetpack down here. Let's move this over. My life support systems I feel like are already pretty good. Fuel efficiency, recharge rate, I probably want to put this in here. 125, so it's a 25% upgrade. Cool. Let's move this over. I need to sort this. What's the other one that I want to supercharge? Probably the jetpack tanks. So this is just straight up added technology, if you want, if you will. Okay, let's put this together. See, why is the game so inconsistent? That's another example of that. So the supercharged slots actually show you, oh hey, this increases the efficiency of your module by 25%. What the game for some reason does not show you, however, is what this does. The fact that you chain them together, right? I mean, it shows you with the border around the symbol that it does something to your technology. Stats-wise, though, it does not show you what it actually does, which is really, really frustrating. Why? Right? Why wouldn't you do that? All right, let's move this down here. Move this over there. Okay, cool. This way I actually do have jetpack things in 2 supercharged slots, which gives me, in theory, 50% extra jetpack tank capacity, some extra sprint distance, and fuel efficiency as well. Cool. I like that. And then I suppose over here, let's put the thermic layer in the supercharged slot for now, because that's the one thing... Oh, that's way more of an upgrade than the other one. Cool. Because I already have all the other protections active currently. Okay. And then let's sort the rest of this. So I need to put these 3 together again. And the rest is together anyways. Hazmat, personal refiner, the translator, and then we have these things. Oh, wait. Huh? Why is it... This is so weird. Why? By the description... I don't know. Somehow I think this should be connected to your life support systems and not your hazard protection. Either way, though, it doesn't make sense that this doesn't work. Or does this need to be placed here? No. This seems to be not connected to anything, really, for some reason. Even though, again, the description kind of makes it out to be connected to your life support. But it is active. That's the weird thing, right? When I was underwater, it was definitely doing stuff. Which I don't fully understand why it would like work like that, or rather not work like this. Anyway, so well, sorting out the technology on my starship, I think I want to repair it first. The exocraft I can do once I'm back with it. Let's move around the stuff on my multi-tool though. So this is already in a supercharged slot. That's fine. That's exactly where I want to have it. And where are the other two? This one is one. That is mining speed. Right, I wanted to change up these two, right? So if I store this, let's see. Let's store this real quick. Then move this over to the supercharged slot. And then install this again. Here. So now this is supercharged, which should give me a potentially really cool upgrade to the mining laser. I mean, my mining laser was already fairly good to begin with, I think. But, yeah. And then over here, I'm not really using the personal force field at all. Well, I'm not really fighting much in general. I would like to use this for mining stuff as well, but since I currently only have these two upgrades and don't have any extra technology slots, there is no way that I can actually get it over there. Let's see, reload time damage. I might just honestly leave it for now. I just wanted to switch these two around. Yeah, let's leave the third one for later. Can always change that up if I need to. All right. I will take a very short bio break, and when I'm back, we'll actually get into some more exploration. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Okay, so hopefully I did put everything that I need into my ship now for the exocraft upgrades. Yeah, there's still a billion different things that I want to do, but let's quickly go to the anomaly now. Why is that still marked? Are you serious? That just keeps being marked? Oh well, whatever. My other starships. Well, if I am actually able to get some mining, like permanently mining things running, I can hopefully just repair all of those eventually. Grab this real quick. I think that's silver, right? Oh, never mind. It's gold. I don't need that. Let's grab the anomaly. Because in order to actually be able to build those permanent mining facilities, which I'm still not 100% sold on if it actually works the way I think it does. But, I mean, the game does somewhat straight up tell you, hey, by the way, you can, like, do some mining operations? I don't know. Also, I just realized when I flew in, this is where the design for the second launch pad actually comes from. It's from the anomaly. That's interesting. That's also why it has that weird edge on it that I mentioned last time. It's because that's how they look here. Huh. Yeah, what was this guy actually? Was he doing stuff? No. Alright, let's use the salvage data. Let's just double check, but I already got the exosuit upgrade here. Construction research station, it should be here, right? And then that's not it. These are the different geobase. What are these guys for then? Pilgrim. Underground. Oh no, another one. Pilgrim light exocraft. I'm not entirely sure what the other ones really are for. Especially since the Colossus, or rather the normal exocraft, already has an insane amount of storage. So why exactly would I want to drive around with a big one? Unless, of course, that also gives you more protection or something. It can probably get a lot more. Oh. Wait, you can unlock this with normal salvage data as well? Ooh, that does require to get this one, though. Exocraft summoning. Construction allows the user to summon any owned exocraft from anywhere else in that system. Interfaces with the exocraft could command you to use with can be compressed and carried with the exosuit. I should probably get that as well, huh? That's very expensive, though. 13. Well, let's just quickly take a look at the other thing that I wanted to unlock potentially. If I can find it. Oh yeah, here it is. So I got the electromagnetic generator. This one would be the mineral extractor, an automated mineral harvester, but power management, the switch will toggle the flow of power when used, both power and signal wires. Is there no way to actually extend wiring? Because these things are all switches, right? Supply depot. So I definitely want to get way more salvage data then. Okay. Yeah, one thing that I wanted to get was a way to extend my wiring, but for some reason that doesn't seem to be something you are actually able to do. I mean, well, in theory, I suppose you could use any electronic device to do that, right? So if you build, for example, a solar panel, a battery, something, right? You would then be able to connect it to your grid. But I mean, the simplest way to extend the wiring from something that's fairly far away would probably be to build switches then. I just don't really like that you need to build switches. I would love to have basically one of these boxes, but instead of it having a button, it would purely be I mean, I could call it something like, what are the things called for fiber internet? A repeater or something, right? That amplifies the signal after a couple of kilometers. Something like that. Power manager, the switch will toggle the flow of power when an entity is detected nearby. Wall switch button. So the wall switch does need to be on a wall, right? This switch will toggle the flow of power when signaled by an incoming signal. What does that mean? I don't understand what that's supposed to tell me, honestly. The floor switch is self-explanatory. It's when you run on it. I feel like, purely by the description, this sounds like being a, what's it called? This is essentially a transistor, right? I mean, the symbol on it also looks like one. So you can build a computer within the game, which is pretty awesome. I guess that's what these two are for, right? So with the power inverter and the auto switch, you can essentially build logic gates. I mean, that's honestly pretty awesome. I guess the normal button would suffice as a general means of extending your wiring then. I mean, in theory, could also build batteries, but that just might look kind of weird. I mean, well, I guess it depends on what you're building in the first place, right? I didn't realize that. Let's actually get these. So, let's grab the 3 switches, because that way I'll be able to hopefully build any sort of power grid that I might want to have. And even potentially, I mean, I would have to look up how to build certain logic gates again. I could probably do it by just thinking about it a little bit. We'll see, though. I mean, that definitely is a pretty cool thing. I don't really know if you need it, though, now that I think about it. I mean, what would be the point of a logic gate? Because, in general, you would just want to have things permanently enabled, right? I mean, there's no real reason. Well, so if you want to build some sort of mining outpost, I guess the idea would be you put down an electromagnetic generator. So first and foremost, you find the mineral you want to mine. Then you find a power site nearby by using the analysis visor, and put down this thing. And then through switches and whatnot, you connect this to your mineral extractor. And then obviously you also build a supply pipe and a supply depot. And that way you can, just have a mineral extraction running. Yeah, I don't know. Like, you'd never really want to turn that off, right? So isn't this purely sort of for... What would you use that for, honestly? I guess you could sort of build cool... You could use it for lamps, for example, for deciding on whether or not lights are switched on. That's a thing, right? So if you were to build like a beautiful base and put in a bunch of really cool lights, or even disco lights or something like that, then you could essentially build a couple logic gates that would decide based on, for example, based on whether or not solar panels are running. You could do stuff in terms of... That's really easy to do, though, right? I mean, that's literally just one transistor. Put that down, connect it to a solar panel, and it decides whether or not it's day or night, in terms of whether or not it wants to turn things on or not. But for the most part, you would want to have everything turned on at any given time. So, yeah, I feel like this has way more potential than what they actually put into the game. Some reason. But that being said, I also definitely still need to get familiar with how a potential extraction site would even work. So, yeah. Oh. Hey, you could probably... you could also use... That's interesting. I also still need to get more shapes. Also, I would like to use these parts. I know they're more expensive, but... I guess, well... What would be cool for a mineral extraction site? What would you... This looks the most industrial, I think. This one as well. Maybe stone. Timber looks more for living, right? So I might also want to invest into alloy. Oh wait, this is the same thing, right? I completely forgot about that. I thought it was two different things, but it's the same thing. Yeah. For industrial structures, I probably want to use this rather than the... I mean, these are cool as well, but they're a little bit annoying to work with. They do seem very Subnautica inspired, though. I don't know, I think Subnautica released before they put this stuff into No Man's Sky, right? Maybe they got the inspiration from that, which is completely fine. I mean, with the rest of the salvage data for now, though, I think I'm gonna buy this one, and this one. Especially the orbital exocraft materializer, because otherwise it's just going to be super annoying to try to get stuff that you mine with your exocraft onto your freighter and whatnot. Do I want to grab this? Could also grab the alloy wall. No, let's keep the salvage data for now. I need way more of that. Way more salvage data. Although, let me... Okay, I need... These are the technologies that I want to build. That's what I want to build in general. Currently, let's get rid of this for the time being. Unlock technologies. Let's write down what I want to unlock. So, I need... What do I need? Or maybe... Wait. In theory, you could probably also use a light box to... Yeah, you could also use a light box to extend your power, right? I mean, it also needs power, but I feel like using a light box for that is actually a pretty funny way to do it. Okay. Bunch of decorative stuff. These still... Well, some of them need power, right? Oh well. Mineral extractor. extractor, that's definitely what I want to have, and then gas extractor, supply depot, supply pipe. Not supply pope. Supply pipe. Why did I write pope? Supply pipe, supply depot, gas extractor. Those four I definitely need. Electrical wiring I can extend now. Oh boy, this is gonna get complicated. I'm just gonna put that down as a separate list, actually. Let's say alloy structures as a general thing, because I'm not entirely sure which ones I would want to get here. Potentially a large wedge as well. Let's not do that though, for the time being. Okay, that being said, let's finally get into finding more drop pods for now. And then just sort of on the way, deal with other things. Ooh. Oh. I think my controller's doing weird stuff again. Wait, no. Maybe it was just laggy. I'm on the other controller. Right. Still in the right system. Yes. And this system didn't have cadmium, right? I think I looked at that last time. Yeah, it doesn't. Well, that's fine though. Exosuit. Let's flood route. Drop pod detected. There it is. Was gonna say, is it on the same planet? But nope. It's on Ugla V49. Okay, that's the drop pod. Do you suppose I could land over there? I can. Perfect. Oh, this was the Shattered Planet. Oh, great! I might be able to get some new cobalt. Let's see real quick. I did collect a bunch of it last time, but I think I also used up a bunch of it now. Cobalt. Ah, man, I hate that you can't... I don't know if I still have cobalt on my freighter, though. I think I do. But I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, let's grab a bunch new cobalt eventually. See, damaged machinery, execute. Grab a couple of things from here. Hopefully that doesn't, because previously it didn't actually do anything. But now I fear that it might destroy some technologies of your spaceship. Oh, that's just carbon. Well, I do still need carbon though. Oh, right, I wanted to test. So, would I be able to summon my exocrops? Summon vehicle... Summon exocrop. Yes, I can. Huh. Well, before I do that though, let's grab the upgrade for my exosuit. Yeah, I don't know if it counts as actually hitting your starship. That would be... I mean, technically, they're not even hitting it. That would be pretty dumb, honestly, if that was a thing. Stop analyzing me. Get away. Kinda wish the Sentinels would, you know, occupy themselves with the pirates. I don't know what's up with these pirate raids on structures, though. There's yet another thing. It's such a cool idea, but the way it's implemented is really poor, because it doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, because that structure is not an actual structure, right? It's one that was already destroyed, so there isn't really any point in attacking it. So it makes no sense that they would attack it. I wish that, like, it kind of, again, it's one of these weird things that are a little bit immersion breaking, because, you know, it's not exactly what pirates would be doing. I guess I can't scan these weird mushroom things. Okay, then. Let's see, I should have enough. It is so weird to me that you get more navigation data for finding these drop pods. That is such a weird thing. Okay, antimatter housing. Carbon nanotube. Where's the antimatter housing? What? Oh. Ooh, I need ferrite dust for that. Interesting. Oh. That should be easy to get. I probably should have gone back to my actual home base. Oh. To grab some ferrite dust. Oh, well, I could have done that from the freighter as well. That being said, okay, I think let's get the rest of these technology upgrades, right, or technology slots, because I wanted to install some hazard protection as well. Technically, they're more expensive. Yeah, I definitely have not only more than enough ferrite dust, but I also still have, what's it called? I also still have a lot of rusted metal in my inventory that I could use to grab more. I have 2 extractors in my base though, so that makes more sense for... okay, right. I completely forgot something else as well. Let's summon in my exocroft. And actually install the technologies that I wanted to put onto it. That's also... Oh, yeah, see? There's a bunch of ferrite dust here. Put that into my exosuit. How did I get a storm crystal, by the way? When did that happen? Why is that in here? Yeah, so the exocraft, I now have the room for my freighter, right? So I think I'm going to build that. And yeah, should be fine. Okay, so this has 1 supercharged slot, 2 supercharged slots, 3 supercharged slots. Radar amplifier allows for additional building types to be acquired by the exocraft radar. Scan radius. Boost power, boost tank size, fuel usage. Fusion engine. Okay, so these 2 slots are really close together. That's a cannon, mining laser. Let's see, what kind of upgrades would I be able to build? That's hazard protection. Oh, I need to grab. I would have had to grab the. Yeah, I probably want to put this into one of the supercharged slots then. And the solar recharge. This is what I wanted to use the storm crystals for. I completely forgot about that. Okay, that's pretty cool then. I definitely want to build these as well. So that's the Icarus fuel system. And radar power resonator. Oh, that's another upgrade. I could just straight up build this, right? Gives me more radar power. And then the advanced exocraft laser I also want to have. Advanced exocraft laser. These upgrades I might want to have eventually. They're probably, I mean, they do look to be fairly good as well. Yeah, sure. Drift, suspension. What are the other ones called? Grip boost suspension. And the last one's the high slide suspension. That way I'll hopefully be able to get around way more efficiently. Oh, I have that stuff in my starship. Well, I want to get back to the starship anyways. The thing, though, is, with these 2 scan upgrades, I think my scanner's pretty good already. Which means I probably want to use the supercharged slots for other things. That is just the straight-up mining laser, so any type of upgrade to the mining laser would have to go in here, right? Yeah, let's move the cannon over here for now. 100%. I mean, they're both the same. Oh wait, are they the same? What if I move this into the supercharged slot? No. Okay, exact same upgrade. Oh well. Okay, these are the engine upgrades that I currently have. They're not really good, but they were just mission rewards for the technician. Rest should be fine. Okay, yeah. Let's get back to the ship real quick. Where is it? There. Already love it. This makes things so much easier. What is this, by the way? Ferret, that's the show. God, this mining laser just annihilates this stuff, doesn't it? Okay. Oh, is my... fuel required? The engine. Well, it's not empty yet, so... Let's see. Did I seriously... Might have forgotten the dioxide. Yeah, filtration unit and this thing. Megawatt heater. Entirely prevents all damage or energy drain while inside an exocraft in freezing environments. Oh, I didn't realize that these were just... Oh! Well, that's pretty crazy. I thought these were just like the exosuit upgrades. But they're just straight up, okay, now you have 100%. So, if you install these, essentially your exocraft then works like your starship. Okay. Well, that's cool. I think I forgot the dioxide. Though there is dioxide on this planet. What do you need in order to craft hermetic seals, though? Condensed carbon. Okay. Let's craft 2 of these, and there is dioxide on this planet, I think. Hydrogen... No, wait, it might have been the planet that I was on previously. Oops. There is cobalt, gold, and copper. Never mind. Okay. Ooh, I do still need an advanced mining laser for this thing, though. Okay, before I continue, let's take a look into this thing. Ooh, hello. Nice. I do need you guys. Oh. Ah, that's the upgrade that I just got. Well, that's not really... Even more salvaged, or even more navigation data that I don't need. Well... okay. That's not helpful at all, is it? Oh, for fuck's sake. Because doing this... Oh, right. Almost. This is way more efficient. Well, that's a little bit of a bummer then. It's not a big deal, but I do wish it would have been better than that. Anyways, let's see what's in here. The observatory's sterile functional layout suggests its former overseer could have been electronic in origin. Judging by the decades-old beacon flashing on screen, this entity left this place long ago. Observatory sterile functional layout. It looks exactly the same as everything else in this game. Whatever. Perhaps if I can decipher the code, I can learn where the beacon originated. 91621629. So it's moving over one number every time, right? So it's 2916. New location. All right. Great, another distraction. Is it on this planet? No. Anything that I want to move from my exocraft for the time being? Yeah, probably the ferret dust and oxygen. The rest can stay on here. This is definitely what I like about No Man's Sky, though. I mean, having like a billion different things... Oh, wait. Let me just mark the ones that I already... Megawatt heater and air filtration unit. Let's remove these two from my list that I still need to... Alright. You know, once you actually get stuff up and running and... You know, you have your exocraft and you upgrade modules and you have this and that and here and there. And you can just go around and do stuff without constantly having to think about your inventory or other things. You know, as soon as you get that up and running, it becomes an entirely different game almost. It's really, really cool how it promotes that. And one thing, which is what I wanted to say here, is that I've always liked the most about the game in general is the sort of, it leads you from one thing to the next, right? So, oh, is this the moon that I built my base on? It might be. Right, so I was on a quest of finding, don't hit me. I was on a quest of finding the drop pods for my exosuit, and while doing that, it then gives you other things to do, right? So it suddenly says, oh, now you find an outpost, and that outpost gives you navigational data to this thing, and so on and so forth, right? It's such a cool aspect of getting from one thing to the next. I just wish... One of my biggest gripes with games is... Or one... The biggest gripes is maybe a little bit of an overstatement, but one of the things that I've always... I guess it's just that I wonder about it a lot. And that is inconsistencies within a game, right? And it can manifest in a multitude of different ways. But as I said earlier, right, you have that freighter mission that is designed in a very, very cool way, where if you don't know what it does, it gives you a really cool, surprising moment. But if you just want to have a freighter, you're also still able to get one really quickly, right? But then that sort of design philosophy, for some reason, just doesn't carry over to other aspects of the game. So suddenly you have all these different, almost opposing things in this game, and you never quite understand why, right? That manifests in base building as well, for example, and I did talk about that last time, I think, where you have certain things that require power, and then you have other things where you would think that they also require power, but they don't, but it's not explained why. And then you have yet other things that can be automated and run not only autonomously, but also indefinitely. And then you have other things where that's not possible, and you need to refuel them with actual carbon fuel rather than using, like, why isn't there a way to convert solar power into synthetic carbon fuel or something, right? So there are these opposing elements in the game, and you don't really get why. I mean, Obviously, on a meta level, I do get it, because these were things that have been implemented over the course, like over multiple years, right? And they've sort of stacked new features on top of old features, and sometimes didn't really integrate them all that well, which is understandable because it is still a small team that is working on this, and it's actually quite difficult to completely integrate these types of things, right? Because if you're working on a new feature, sometimes it's easier and way more time efficient to just implement it on its own first, right? And then potentially, if the need arises, go back and retroactively connect it to all the things that were already in the game. But yeah, this game has had a billion different features added onto it, and that really is one of my big problems that I have with No Man's Sky, is that they've done so many cool things about the years, over the years. But what they seemingly haven't done yet is sort of do a pass at the entire game, and instead of doing, because currently what they've done is essentially once or twice a year, they'll do these big updates, right? So this time we got the 4.0 upgrade, a couple weeks ago, which introduced, well, what did it actually introduce? It introduced a couple, so I could overhaul the inventory and whatnot. I wish what they would do, though, that is my biggest wish for this game, is that next time they do a big upgrade, don't introduce new features. Just none at all. Instead, go over your entire game and find ways to make it more consistent across the board, right? Interconnect things. Make things more consistent in terms of how you learn things, how you discover things, make things more logical, right? And that doesn't even require to necessarily develop a lot. I'm more talking about take the things that are already in the game and just make them more logical, make them work in a way where everything suddenly interconnects way better than it previously did. I wish that they really, really would do that and just take a look at everything and maybe potentially even take out certain things that just don't work as well, right? Those weird pirate rates would be a good example, where I feel like they don't need to completely remove them, but making them a way, 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 way rarer occasion, and actually connect them to something that makes sense, right? So instead of every structure on a planet potentially being able to be attacked by pirates, which it seems that's how it works currently, instead it should be only very specific structures, and it would be cool if they added, which is what I mean with interconnecting these things, right? Take these features that are already there and just add on to them something that also already exists in the game, which are missions and sort of, just explanations for things. So, for example, what they could do is just copy paste over the system that you have while you're in space when your spaceship gets attacked, right? There is a system where pirates will scan you, and you can either deflect the scan if you have the scan deflector thing installed, or try to, right? It has a certain chance of working. Or you can talk to the pirates and pay them as well to let you pass without being attacked, right? Just copy paste that system over, let you use your communicator on the planet's surface and potentially negotiate with those pirates, right? And then also, again, limit that pirate thing to only certain structures. You could even go further, and if you choose to trade with the pirates or something, they would then let that just, you could limit it to structures where there's a landing space or something, and then the pirates would land if you choose to trade with them. All of those things are essentially technologies that are already in game, But obviously you would have to, I guess, sort of copy and paste certain things and make it work in an interconnected way, right? That is essentially what I'm talking about. It's just use everything you already have to find new ways to make the game more interconnected and more like you can actually discover these interactions and whatnot. And you might even just integrate that then with other systems that are also in game. Another thing that I mentioned last time was the whole translation thing, which currently kind of seems pointless to learn the languages. So what if, in that scenario, right, the pirates would be of a certain faction, and depending on how well you understand them, you might be able to negotiate better with them, right? So if you can understand what they're actually saying and what they want from you, you might be, like, if you understand the language very well, you might then be able to completely avert the attack without actually having to pay anything, right? Stuff like that, right? That would be really, really awesome. And then in general, just add little bits and pieces of flavor here and there. So why isn't there an upgrade for that deflector unit? I mean, maybe there is, but at least there is none that you can buy. Why is that not a thing? In general, I think the game should have way, way more in terms of researching technologies as well. So you can, in the anomaly, you can unlock blueprints for technologies, but then you yourself can't really get better ones. You just have to buy them randomly somewhere with nanites, which just, I don't know, it just seems lame, right? You just go somewhere, oh, I have nanites, let's buy an upgrade, and that's it, right? So what if you could research, and then that research would maybe be based on the expeditions that you do with your frigates or something, right? Just interconnect all of those systems and make them way more interesting. That would be really, really cool. And the game has so much potential to do that, but it seems like they're more focused on getting more features into the game, which from a marketing standpoint obviously works. That's the biggest problem that a lot of games face as well, is they need to have stuff that they can market very well, right? So they say, oh, you know, we have this new update out and it comes with this new feature and this new feature and this new feature. Obviously saying, oh, we just overhauled some features that were already in the game, on the surface looks way less interesting than a completely new thing. But when you actually play the game, you realize, well, that's way more interesting than having a new feature, right? So I get that from a marketing perspective, they also need to introduce new stuff, but yeah, there is a certain balance there that I feel like, unfortunately, in my opinion, from my standpoint, they're not really focusing on what they should focus on. But then again, I mean, they're also a pretty small team and they're probably working on whatever they like to work on, so that's another aspect, obviously, is that maybe they're not that interested in working on stuff that has already existed for a very long time, which that would be fine, right? I mean, if for an indie developer like Hello Games, working on the things that they're passionate about and really like, you know, maybe makes more sense. Though, to that, I would possibly counter-argue that, at least in that case, if you don't really want to work on old stuff, think about potentially even deleting some older features that don't really work or that make no sense within your new sort of setup of the game, right? But anyway, so small excursus into what I would like the game to be. Let's get back. Oh, superheated. Yeah, we should. Brilliant light erupts from the ancient marker. It encircles me, engulfing my mind with the memories of voices of the Korvax echoes. The dreams of entities who once worshipped here became my own. The Atlas interfaces drift alone in the endless void. They are silent. They are unknowable fragments of an ancient whole, yet their imprint on time and space molds our existence. They are the equation, and life is its answer. Through their monoliths, they give understanding to their boundless meaning and that of our own. Seek help with the language. Cool. It was just in time to get out of the rainstorm. I still hate that these things are. Although maybe that's done on purpose, that you can quickly find shelter if you exit. That might be on purpose. I mean, I guess if you really were keen on explaining why the hell it is 100 or 300 degrees outside, or 116 degrees, but only 19 degrees inside, I guess since this is some sort of ancient structure, maybe there is some weird energy force field that is being generated by these pots or something, or that is intrinsically built into the stone of the structure. You can find explanations for that, right? I just wish the game would actually explain that instead of, you know... Oh, I hate this upgrade. I just realized that I hate this upgrade. Because now it prevents you from... It sometimes just... If you already have momentum going in your forwards jump, if you keep pressing X, it sometimes just switches over to the other thing. Wait, do I have the heat shield already installed? No. That's the technology that I'm still missing, unfortunately. So I can't drive through the superheated rainstorm in my exocraft. That's a little bit of a shame. Yeah, well... I guess I need to have this currently in order to be able to use both of the supercharged slots for my jetpack. I might switch that over then, though. Allowing limited jetpack recharging while airborne. Highly efficient compressors fitted around the jetpack exhaust. Take advantage of the wind flow generated by persistent falling. Recycling some of that energy into jetpack fuel. Yeah, I definitely want to have this, though. Improves the fuel efficiency of the jetpack's marine jets, reducing the drain on exosuit life support systems. Yeah, these two I definitely want to have. Efficient water jets. That's a little bit of a shame then. That, I mean, I guess I'm gonna keep it installed for now. Let's not get rid of it right away, but since I can install this one, let's do so. Weather update. Storm clearing. Oh. Huh. You need convergence cubes for this. Interesting. Guess I'm gonna keep this one then. Alright, before I go to the next drop pod though, is there anything else on this planet that I still need? Magnetized ferrite, paraffinium, copper. In theory I need paraffinium, but not right now. Like, it's something that I can grab eventually, I would say. We do have buried technology modules here, though. Okay, so either it's not in the range of my scanner, because I don't think these are it. Let's double check. Where is it? If the buried cache, there's something else, right? Though I might want to look at what they actually are. Fuck. Where's the... Where is the, What? Wasn't it right here? Why did I not mark it? Shit. Huh? Alright, let's see. Ah well, I guess doing this does still work. So I might not uninstall the other technology. The main reason why I don't want to uninstall it, funnily enough, is because it would probably, well, it would mean that whenever I want to craft a new type of technology, it would show that as still being craftable, right? That's just kind of annoying. If you're a little bit of a min-maxer or whatnot, then... Okay, that's where is that? What? Am I blind? Or did the game just de-summon it for some reason? Huh? I started out next to my ship, which is there. And then I saw that there was a buried technology module here somewhere. What? Huh. Oh, let's check out what these buried caches even are. I mean, to be honest, the jumps aren't half bad, especially if you're like moving upwards. There's the technology. Oh. Oh! It was right below it. That's why it didn't... Okay, well that's weird then. Okay, what did I get? A fragment of discovery data from planet Eduanro concerning local flora. Oh. So those just give you nanites? Okay. Well, that's not the worst thing in the world. Okay, anything else here? There we go. Very technology. Now I'm actually in love with my exocraft. Something about it originally I wasn't too keen on, which is a weird habit that I personally have with a lot of games actually, is that I usually kind of, well, I'm the type of person that wait, why is it not? That's strange. I'm the type of person that usually wants to take in things fairly slowly, right? And take in the environments, take in sort of the design of it and everything. And or to do that, I tend to move quite slowly through any given environment, right? Well, doesn't seem like there's anything close, so let's go back to the ship. Yeah, I tend to move through environments quite slowly. Wait, there's an unidentified plant here. And sadly, what for some reason... Wait, what is unidentified? Ah, this one. Sadly, some developers, especially in sort of, you know, bad AAA games like Assassin's Creed, I guess, but also, sadly, sometimes other games. Red Dead Redemption 2 was a big time offender, actually, for that. Because in Red Dead Redemption 2, there are these missions where you can find random people on next to the road, essentially, right? That you're currently traveling on. And they might want to, like, in theory, those missions are pretty great, because they stop investigating me. They might want you to get them back to town, but they might also try to scam you out of things, right? So they might lead you to like abandoned encampments and suddenly attack you and whatnot. And also, obviously, they have a ton of voice acting attached to them, and overall are quite immersive, right? So when I did them, I wanted to be immersed, right? I set out and said, well, I'm going to take this person with me, and they are going to talk to me, and we'll have a nice chat, right? Well, we're riding back to town, and obviously I took my time. I went slowly as a normal person would, right? Because like if you quote unquote play in an immersive way, then can you stop frickin' following me? Oh, there's another unidentified plant here somewhere. Yeah, if you want to play in a quote unquote realistic and or immersive way, then you know, a horse usually gets tired really quickly, so you wouldn't actually ride quick unless you are trying to get away from the law or whatever else, right? And so the mission I was on was simply a person saying, hey, you know, I need to ride back to town, do you want to give me a lift? So I said, yeah, sure, right? Let them get onto my horse. I don't know what kind of plan is supposedly unknown. Well, whatever. Let's get back into the starship. So I did that, and I rode around, and we were talking completely normally, right? There was no sort of, no rush, no nothing. And then all of a sudden, because I was like just normally, like a normal horse walking speed, right? Suddenly the person was saying, hey, go quicker. But completely out of context, right? It was just sort of an inserted line that didn't really make any sense at all in the conversation that was happening. And when I didn't, they at some point said, oh, this is taking too long, you know, I'm like, fuck off, essentially. And I was bummed out by that. It completely shattered my immersion, right? There you have a game that puts so much effort into actually, you know, oh, it failed. Oh, whatever. Let's fight them then. Oh, they're after those charts. Interesting. So yeah, they're doing so much work, right? To try to make that immersive for you, and like even have these random encounters with a bunch of really, really good voice acting attached to it and whatever have you, right? There's so much stuff that is like really, really good about that. And then they do stupid stuff like that. And just for some reason make it so that, oh, I should recharge my shield. For some reason make it so that, you know, apparently you have to go fast, because nowadays we can't do anything slowly. We can't get immersed into the world, right? which was so dumb. Like, Red Dead Redemption is a prime example of a game that, you know, tries to be as immersive as possible. Actually, I don't know, costs millions, like hundreds of millions of dollars to develop those really, really immersive systems and this crazy detailed game environment and whatever, right? This crazy detailed open world. But then the rest of the game is designed like it's for 5-year-olds, right? With an attention span of like 5 seconds for some reason. And I just don't get why. That is so frustrating, right? That was so frustrating. And that was actually the reason why I stopped playing the game, sadly. What are these? Oh, just that hydrogen. Suspicious package. Species record. Okay. Alright, let's see. Upload that, I suppose. So yeah, I always keep coming back to that because really Red Dead Redemption 2 is a prime example of a game that for some reason like is the most immersive open world ever created, while at the same time probably having the worst mission design and just overall a bunch of things where it feels like they wanted to build a game for 10-year-olds, right? It's such a strange and completely it's a thing that is just like super I don't know, like just mind-blowingly dumb in its design, to the point where you really don't understand why they bothered to do it in the first place. Like, it's such a weird thing. Alright, let's see what we get here, actually. So quest log unavailable, read log. We've been ordered to shoot down any Viking vessels. They've been deemed enemies of the Atlas, enemies of the Council, enemies of all. We've been ordered to aid a Viking splinter faction in the hope that they might create internal unrest and divide their purpose. We are to rendezvous with 2 promising revolutionaries, battle brothers by the name of Hurt and Null. Oh. So, yeah, the 2 people that are running the anomaly, they do seem to have been already kind of a revolutionary type even before that. Someone is reading these messages. Who are you? Huh. Interesting. So which side is this? Wait. Why are there 2 missions? Is that another bug? Let's hope this doesn't destroy any exosuit modules, though. Unstable gel. Well, they do still have radiation protection, thankfully. Isn't there one here? Yeah. Terrain manipulator. It is quite strange to me that this is always this weird combination of terrain manipulating your way through to these things. Hey, more salvage data. Ugh. It's so annoying to get out of. Wait, did it completely deplete my radiation protection? No, it didn't. It looked like it did, though. Strange. Isn't there still... I guess I don't have enough silver here, huh? Oh, that's a bummer then. Anyways. There's another one. At least this time for this one, I don't actually need to install or use up any sort of materials. It's just remove the slime. According to catalog, first spawn relics. What the hell is that? Relics of the fallen Gek Empire, condemned and banned by all the galaxy's major civilizations. Purchase is illegal at nearly all galactic trade terminals. Regular supplies only available within outlaw systems. Selling banned goods into commercially regulated space may be highly profitable. Okay, so it's simply a thing for selling then. Ah, well, that's fine. Okay. Wonder why this had this stuff on it. Oh, there it is. Well, that's a location I've actually not seen before, I think. Or maybe I have. I just forgot. What is happening to my character? That looks like dangerous movement. A warp hypercore, nice. That's for the freighter, right? Capacity antimatter-based fuel, harness an internal black hole generator, starship hyperdrives. Might refuel my freighter hyperdrive with that. Okay, there should be one back here. Oop. Fucking hell. Wait, where is it? There. I think this is always further down than I originally think. Where's the... What? Oh. It's up on it. Ah well, I can access it from here. Neural ducts. Okay. Okay. Just something to sell. I feel like I'm still missing one. That one, right? Cargo pod? Yeah. And it's in here. Is it also underground? Yes. Yeah. There we go. I do wish these would guarantee some, I don't know, freighter technology upgrade though. Or something like that. Oh yeah, I completed both missions. That's strange. I mean, it is quite a bit of money. It's like around about 1 million or so that you usually get from these crashed freighter sites. Which is not necessarily bad, but it's also not the best thing ever. Oh, what was that? Oh, wait. What am I doing? Exocraft, where are you? Boom. Yeah. I am still missing the other stuff, right? Oh, never mind, I'm not. Grip boost suspension. Let's build that. Let's build the stuff that I can build while I'm here. Okay, where does this go, though? Should this connector be to the engine, or... let's see. Yes. Let's move these things here, then. Keep these things here. Paraffinium, drift suspension. All right. So eventually I still have this one as well. Is it worth it to supercharge forward's grip? I hope that doesn't actually make it faster, though, because I feel like that would make it actually more difficult to control. Also, why does this have minus 50% forwards grip? This has plus 200%. I guess the idea is that you install all of them? Wait, wasn't this... what? How did I... oh, no, never mind. I accidentally put it into the supercharged slot, I think. I think these work just on their own, right? They wouldn't necessarily be connected to the engine. I mean, that doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. Because this is just the engine, right? Then we have the boost module and then upgrades for the engine and the boost. But this is simply the suspension, so it's not really, wouldn't necessarily be connected to anything. Well, let's just put it over here then, for now. Okay, want to go to the dot pod. I do want to see, though, is there a gold, cobalt? Nope. Doesn't look like there's anything on the way, though. Could be there. Let's grab everything we can, though. I mean, this is probably the best thing about the exocraft, right? It allows you to mine things like really, really quickly while getting to another destination. By far the coolest bit about it. Makes it so easy to just sort of passively gather things without having to stop every time. Stop investigating me. Wait, what? Oh. I thought I had already arrived at the drop pod location. That is somewhat weird. Does that actually mean anything? The fact that you discover new locations? on a planet. That is always the weirdest thing. I mean, obviously you get navigation data from, you know, going up to those scan stations and scanning things. But I don't, like, I mean, maybe letting you actually have, you know, functional maps of a planet's surface would be a little bit much. I feel like that might, you know, that might be a little bit too difficult to do within this sort of random world, but the most frustrating bit for me, or the one thing that I also wish they would do, which is yet another example that I was talking about of things that have been in the game, but nothing's been done to them, is this waypoint system, right? So you can discover waypoints, they're even uploaded, right? And it says discovered by so-and-so. But there's actually no way to get back to them. You discover them, which should mean that your, I don't know, navigational systems should know where they are, yet there is no way to actually, you can upload them, you can even rename them, but there is no way of getting back to them unless you specifically build either a base next to them or put a beacon down or something else that allows you to get back to them, right? But instead, this should be something that is automatic, right? This should be something that just straight up, every time you find a waypoint, you should be able to get back to it by just selecting it from this menu. Also, the overview also, obviously should be a lot better, right? It should actually display, I don't know. I mean, you don't necessarily. It would be completely fine if they had some sort of sphere up here. It wouldn't even have to represent the planet necessarily, though they have this moving moon here, right? Just make this planet be rotatable, is that a word? And instead of having this awkward list over here, just show the actual points on the planet's surface, right? So wherever this is, it would show me, and I could rotate the sphere of the planet and allow me to see where it is. Jokaners, hi. Am I a newbie? Oh. A little bit of a difficult question. Not really. I mean, I've been playing the game for a bunch. I also played it on the original launch, but a lot of the, I guess, systems that they've added over the years are somewhat new to me, I think. So it's sort of, yeah. How many are playing this game? Well, that's a difficult question to answer. I guess quite a few people. I mean, it's definitely been getting a lot of traction. Wizardress Krista, thanks for the follow, by the way. It's been getting a lot of traction every time new updates have come out. And there are definitely some really, really dedicated players to this game. At least, you know, looking at the subreddit and other sources and whatnot. Not that it really matters, because it inherently is sort of a, well, not a single player game, but more focused on sort of a personal experience. Obviously you can play multiplayer with friends and whatnot, but you know, it doesn't really matter whether or not 30,000 or 300,000 people are playing the game, I guess, for your personal enjoyment. Oh, I need more carbon nanotubes. Wait, what code are you talking about? That's something, there's some sort of code that lets you get stuff if you invite other players, or? Oh, friends code. Well, I personally do like to play these games solo, unfortunately. I'm not really too big into the multiplayer aspect of them, to be honest. I do like the idea of having a persistent universe, though, and seeing what other people have already discovered. Okay, so was there another technology that I... Hazard protection battery. I could install this. I mean, that I have the slots for it, right? Let's see, so... I have 3 slots currently. I do want to get 2 more for the time being, which would make it 5, but there are still 10 things here that I could potentially install. Do I need this? It's not really difficult to get. You need a fresh new newbie. Well, I mean, if you really want to have somebody to play with, I suppose you could just... I don't know, is that a thing that people do, sort of asking on the subreddit or something? Good space travel to you too. I do hope you find friends to play with. Man, do I want to install this? Wait, you have 6,000 hours in this game? Whoa, that's dedication. I don't know if I would get that much. Well, I don't know what they've added. Or I kind of do, but yeah. I do see how you can... I mean, it has a lot of replayability, I guess, if you're really into base building and whatnot. I can definitely see how you can amass that amount of time. Oh, you're searching for newbies and then... just as a sort of to get them started in the game? Or that's actually a pretty cool, nice thing to do. I don't know if I want to install this. I mean, it's not really a big upgrade, but... then again, the hazard protection... it's probably not a bad idea to upgrade that further. Okay, connects to these things. Might be worth it to put this into the supercharged slot, though. Although, well, the batteries aren't the biggest issue then. Good day to you too. Guess finding newbie streamers for this game, I don't know, is that an easy thing to do? While I do very much appreciate, you know, people wanting to help, I'm definitely more the type of person that likes to discover things on their own. So, which is why I'm not, you know, usually big into multiplayer aspects of these types of games. I do like multiplayer games in general, but unless it's an actual friend that I personally know that I'm playing with, I really like to discover things on my own. Because that's the biggest, the discoverability of, you know, the universe is what drew me to this game to begin with. Unfortunately, it didn't really deliver on that, and it still doesn't for the most part, but yeah, I do still very much want to have that experience on my own. Okay, let's take a look then. Anything else on this planet that I currently need or want? Not really. And it doesn't look like I have any buried technology nearby. 10 salvage data. I need at least, I think, 30? 31 to unlock, no, 21, because, no, never mind. The first thing I still haven't unlocked, right? 31. I need 31 salvage data to unlock the, what is it? Where did I park my ship? Where are you? Oh, I parked it at the freighter, right? Yeah, let's drive back there. I could just call it in, but I honestly like it to just drive around a bunch. Also makes more sense in a way. As much as I appreciate that they added the functionality to just being able to call your stuff to you, I mean, that's a much needed addition. But at the same time, it's, I guess, not necessarily the most realistic thing ever. In terms of gameplay, it works quite well. In terms of immersion, it makes things a little bit too easy. Though arguably, I mean, it does still require fuel, right? If you call your ship to you, unless it is parked at a location that doesn't doesn't use the fuel thruster things. It will still cost launch thrust fuel. So in that regard, it's still done in an immersive way, I suppose you could say. I mean, there are quite a few dihydrogen deposits like this on planet surfaces, right? So it isn't the most complicated thing ever to, every time you see one of those, to just sort of, you know, hold for a couple seconds and grab that stuff. But I'm still not sold on the idea of having to constantly, did that just take... Oh, it didn't. Oh well. I'm still not sold on the idea to have to constantly grab new dihydrogen every day for those expeditions. I mean, it's not really every day, it's more like every time I play, because I'm certainly not playing this every day, just for the expeditions. So, that does bring up a little bit of a bigger problem, right? If they designed these missions so that they would potentially bring you back to the game every day, if it would be a thing of, hey, you know, I'm just sort of looking into the game every day real quick to get my expeditions up and running, then the fact that you have to gather so much dihydrogen to actually start the expeditions kind of counteracts that a little bit. And then again, it is another one of those weird design decisions that I personally do enjoy quite a bit. The fact that they made these... oh, wait. This is where I want to go. The fact that they made these missions real-time based is actually something that I like on a certain level. I guess the weirdest part about it is that typically those real-time missions, at least in my mind, are always connected to, you know, cheap mobile games or gacha games and those types of things that want you to log in every day, right? It doesn't really make that much sense that No Man's Sky would have these missions, but in a in a funny and weird way, I still very much like that they have them, because, well, I guess the idea is that you need missions... Oh, hello, Sentinel Terminal. Did that ship just fly through the planet? what it looks like. Oh, there's also these things here. Well, let's grab the pot first, and then go back. Technology module. Oh, so many things to grab. Yeah, so these real-time missions, in my mind, they're connected to cheap mobile games, but at the same time, they sort of work for No Man's Sky still. I don't know, in like a very weird way. It's actually hard to explain why I think it still works, but somehow it does. I mean, yeah, when you start thinking about how else could they design those missions, I suppose the other option would be to make them based on your in-game time, right? So they could be based on the fact that you spend time in-game, right? So let's say one of those missions and expeditions would take 2 hours to complete, then that would mean that it would actually take 2 played hours, which I think would still work, right? But since we're also at the same time talking about a persistent universe here, meaning that other players theoretically are walking around in the same universe, in a weird way, it does make a whole lot of sense for them to be real-time based, right? And I think some other things in the game are real-time based too, right? So if you set up those mineral extractors, I wonder if they also work while you're offline, and then just sort of are waiting for you with the maximum amount of materials gathered. Because that would be pretty awesome if that was how it worked. And let's not lose sight of the drop pod though. Unknown building, drop pod. Doesn't look like there's any technology module on the way though. Oh right, the deposits on this planet, isn't this? No, this is paraffinium. I thought there was also dioxide. No, guess I confused that with another planet. Probably need the same things again, right? Carbon nanotubes. I think this is always the same thing. Carbon nanotubes and antimatter housing. And add another technology slot. It is somewhat crazy to me, though, considering how difficult it was to acquire inventory slots originally. Not only the sheer amount of slots that you start out with now, but also the insanely easy ways with which to get more is kind of blowing my mind every time. Wait. Didn't I just mark that buried technology module? Is that a... Oh no. Is that a bug? So does it get rid of your marking as soon as you enter your... No, it shouldn't. But for some reason it did. It's almost too much, honestly. Like, Now I'm essentially stuck here collecting more slots for my exosuit, and it's perpetually giving me more, right? I mean, because every time I find a drop pod, it's also connected to one of these to the things that give you more navigation data. So finding, 6 drop pods automatically gives you 2 more potential charts. So that's all. Let's put that in here. It's quite the crazy thing, honestly. All right. Let's see. I'm not entirely certain. Although, wait, if I actually, it's not that worth it for me to collect these. I just realized because I can automatically collect them in my base, anyways. Oh well. Yeah, so accessing this should allow me to deactivate the sentinels outright, correct? Hi there, buddy. You don't actually have to fight them. Boundary node exposed, vulnerable. Extract weapons technology. Hi there, buddy. You'd think that they would actually defend this thing, right? But search of clarity. Why do you buy these things? I don't understand. You'd think that this is just finding them, right? So it's essentially comparable to my current one, just with a little bit less damage, but that's also, I think, because of the technology that's installed. Yeah, no, let's not do it. I could exchange it for free, but, I mean, what's the point? Shut down local, lines control, untrusted, immediate shutdown required. Access logs, override code, manifesting personal protocol. The day we first gained flesh, metal though it was the day we began to fail. The Atlas turned its dreams towards fiction. It began to create worlds in which it would no longer be invisible. In these worlds, we too gained shape, but we were given no new protocols, no new instructions. Okay, sure, whatever that means. Sentinels disabled. Okay, so... Wait a second. Am I on... What planet am I on? Oh, that's the system. I was confused for a second. I'm currently on the moon, where I built my base, correct? Hard frame engine. I need a walker brain still, unfortunately. I feel like it would be cool to have a way to find this thing again. Because being able to deactivate the sentinels completely here would be pretty beneficial, all things considered. How do I do that? Isn't there like a beacon you can place? If I place a... place a safe beacon here. Once activated, beacons provide a permanent navigational waypoint, facilitating repeat visits to specific locations. Let's try that. So, wait, what was it? 2 metal platings? Yes. I want to know how this works. So let's put down a safe beacon here, I suppose. Oh, just sort of next to it. So now that's a permanent star symbol on my map, right? Can you actually rename this, by the way? No. It doesn't show up here, though. Wouldn't that be super confusing if you put down, like, 20 of these things within any given system? Not even on the same planet, but just in a system? Wouldn't it be constantly there and annoy you? Okay, I had already activated that. I just saw that there's another thing over here. Salvaged glass. I might want to put some stuff into my exocraft. Oh, hello. Pilot, what are you doing here? Wait, is that the front of the ship or the back? Kind of looks like the back, doesn't it? Yeah, it is the back. What are you doing here? Wait. Analyst entity. The Corvex scans me carefully as I approach. The results do not appear to offend them. They pause, waiting for me to make the first move. Offer to trade? What does he sell? Mining beam module, scanner module, launch thrusters module. Oh. Hyperdrive pulse engine shield. I mean, honestly, I don't necessarily have anything currently where I would say that I definitely need an upgrade. Honestly, most of the things that I have, unless I do want to make my hazard protection even better. Can I still install an upgrade for that? Let's buy this one. And then sell them a bunch of stuff. Not the slime though. The convergence cube I also still need. The warp hypercore I want to keep. Yeah, and I can sell him this. Smuggled contraband. And the neural dots. Although apparently he doesn't pay me enough for those, but yeah, I don't really care. Okay, can't switch over. And then let me take a look at your ship. Ooh, wait, that's a C-class? Ah, yeah, well, I need to wrap my mind around the fact that now things have way, way more slots than they previously had. Yeah, nope. That is pretty bad. Kind of looks funny, to be honest. Looks like it has 2 R2-D2s in it. And I like the back of it. Or 4 R2-D2s. Well. Yeah, let's see how this works with the safe beacon. Obviously, it would be pretty annoying to have to fly back here every time you visit the planet. But then again, having the ability to deactivate this every time you land here is not bad. Certainly better than not having the ability to do so. Okay, I don't see any sort of buried technology close by. 14. Not bad, but still not enough. While I'm still... What did I need again for this? Dioxide. Wasn't there a planet in the system that had dioxide on it? Which one was it? Oh, this one. Ah, well. Let's see what this is. It's pretty bad. Shit. I paid 820 nanites for this. I mean, oh well. I could supercharge it, but honestly, nah. Okay, let's put this into my Roma, and this one, and this one. Just all the sort of smaller bits and pieces that I don't currently really need. That's fine. And then fly off to the next drop pod. Honestly, this is pretty fun. Flying from drop pod to drop pod. Because it gives you such substantial upgrades as well. Boom, next one. Drop pod detected. So this is a thing. I guess I'm just going to keep my navigational data for now. Because I don't want to be doing this for hours and hours and hours, and I'm already doing it for hours. But, oh yeah, wait a second. Before I land, the beacon definitely does not show up in space. Okay, so I think that's probably something that will hopefully shows up if I land on the planet again. Oh, already too close to the surface. I mean, it should, right? Not a big deal if it doesn't, or if the game for some reason deletes it or something, but yeah. Back on this one, I feel like I'm just constantly flying back and forth between this one and the other one. And its moon. How much launch thruster fuel do I still have? A little more than enough. Oh, for fuck's sake, really? You land on a planet and you're right next to the frickin' sentinels. Yeah, I know. I need to keep in mind that I have the blueprint for the Atlas Pass V3, but I also think that it actually needs, I think it needs materials that I don't have yet. Oh wait, it needs emerald. Oh fuck. No, never mind. I think I just forgot. Oops. I think I just forgot to grab the emerald last time I was on my freighter. Oh well. Whatever. Let's craft a carbon nanotube. Wait, what? I don't have enough carbon. Oh, it's on my... Yeah, never mind. Come here. Now I can. I know that you can still get more technology slots, but I think the last... How many do I still have? 3. For the last 3, I think I'm actually going to go for normal inventory slots for now. Because otherwise it'll introduce a scroll bar here, I'm pretty sure, but Yeah, that's not necessarily something I want to have right now. Well, then again, there is still some technology that I could install. I could also get rid of some technology that I have, honestly. Oh, could I? Maybe. Not really. But I guess having two of these are the exact same thing, right? I don't know if it's worth it to keep both of them. Though it is nice to have. We'll see, whatever. I think I'm gonna stick to what I originally wanted to do. Yeah. For now, anyways. Back to my ship. Oh, wait. Sentinel isn't close anymore. Good idea to just grab the rest of the dihydrogen. Alright. And go. Where is it? There it is. It might actually be on the moon again. Yes, it is. Okay. I feel like that's not really thought through all that well. Oh, is there a superheated storm going on right now? Yeah. Well, to be fair, I guess if you find a planet that has a moon adjacent to it, it does give you the ability to very quickly grab these things without having to constantly pulse engine through the entire system. So in a way, it's pretty cool that they've done it this way, but I do wish that it would be a little bit more randomized. But it seems like it's actually just straight up getting you to whatever is the closest planet or moon to your current location that you're not on currently, or rather not close to. The second closest, I suppose. What is up with these? Sometimes just bugs out and doesn't fill the entire bar thingy. Oh shit, I have to call my Istocraft again, right? Did I scan these already? Oh. You can't, unfortunately. Alright. Oh, I still have antimatter housing. I found it, right? Yeah. I got it from something. Well, that's perfect then. Ooh, I'm out of sodium nitrate. Well, that's bad. Ooh. Let's see, where's my sodium? There. Yeah, let's do that. I mean, I will eventually have to collect more sodium to begin with, or yeah, whatever. How much carbon do I have currently? I do have a stack of 1,000 on my exocraft, so in theory that's not really something that I need to collect anymore for the time being. Some more star bulb. Let's just grab a bunch of stuff while I'm also still refining things. Oh, these contain dihydrogen as well. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Even more navigation data. Yeah, that's a little bit of overkill. I don't know, that's balanced quite weirdly. Because now I almost have an unlimited supply of exosuit inventory upgrades. I mean, not really infinite, but close to it. I feel like the price of the navigation charts for drop pods should be just a little bit higher. Not that much higher. I mean, it's fine that it's quite easy to do, right? Just a little bit though, you know. Maybe instead of having to buy it for 3 things, I think it would work if it would cost 5 navigational data. I mean, the weirdest part about all of it is that the drop pods always also come with these charter things, these save points. Because that means that you always get 1 navigational data back, right? But that's just how these things work, so simply increasing the... Oh, wait, I still have to get it out of my refiner. Just increasing the price for the navigational charts to begin with, I think would work a little bit better, honestly. Okay, yeah, so now I could scroll these, but I think I'm gonna fill up this first before I start scrolling on something. Because it's annoying me that that's how they've done it. I don't understand why they build it in a way where you have to scroll through it instead of finding a way to display it in your inventory without that. But that's the thing in general. It comes back to what I was talking about earlier with me wanting the game to, look over what they already have and refine it a bit further. I feel like it would be cool to have an option, well, just an option in general, but especially for console players, it would be awesome especially if you're playing on a higher resolution, to be able to make your UI scalable in a better way. But that's another thing, right? If you play Final Fantasy XIV on console, I know it's an MMO, and I guess inherently because of the fact that you pay for it monthly, they do need to make sure that it's, a lot more customizable, I suppose, than other games. Although, is that really an argument for that? The thing is, right, as soon as you realize how insanely customizable Final Fantasy XIV really is, it does, it does mean that every other game you play sort of needs to hold up to those standards. At least in my mind, right? There is no reason why other games would not have that type of customizability. Now, that being said, certain things in terms of UI design and, when it gets to customizing stuff, I do think that obviously the, initial design philosophy of the developers should come into play there, right? So if having access to certain information, especially for single-player games, right? Single-player games, inherently, I think, should be structured in a way where the options you have within the game need to make sense within the universe you're playing in. So, obviously, if there is... Oh, what the fuck? There's things here that contain platinum? What did I just destroy that had platinum in it? Wait. Shit. I should have looked at that more closely. Ah, well. What was I saying? Right, so, if you... It's difficult to explain without an example, though. But I guess my point is just, in general, UIs in games should be way, 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 way more customizable than what they are currently. I feel like a lot of developers sort of cheapen out on that fact. I don't necessarily... You always have to keep in mind that Hello Games is quite a small studio, right? So I don't want to necessarily criticize them for that. But that being said, why is there no option for me to customize this further, right? So there should be, first of all, scalability should be a big, 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 big thing nowadays in games. It was something else back in the day of even the PlayStation 3 era, when the resolution was quite low on most games. Obviously, it needed to fit the screen and what have you, right? Especially in the beginning days of the PlayStation 3 cycle, it was actually quite funny because UIs were still designed to also work on 4:3 screens, right? Because those were still around back when it launched. So they weren't all even designed for 6:9, 16:9 screens. But now we've moved on, and especially ever since the PS4 Pro came out, and we now also have access to 4K resolution on consoles, even if the game itself isn't running at 4K resolution. A lot of games have opted to at least make UI 4K native resolution. That was sort of the biggest things that happened first, I think, back when the PS4 Pro originally released, is that developers were starting to upgrade their UI resolution. And having 4K really allows you to make UI much smaller than what you were able to get away with before. And also thinking about a lot of people these days have way, way bigger monitors and TVs, right? So, well, now I'm playing on a monitor because, I sort of changed my setup to where I have my new PC and console and everything connected to sort of the same things, right? And have a second screen nearby and all of that neat stuff. But I do still have a 65-inch TV. It's slightly broken, sadly, but it was a really, really good TV. It still is, if it wouldn't be broken. I don't know. Maybe there's a way to fix it in the future, but it is a 4K TV as well. I was just looking in... so I wanted to buy a capture card yesterday. I haven't done that yet, but that's definitely something that I want to do. Never mind that, though. I just had a quick look through, sales that were going on, and our big electronics chain here currently has a sale running on one of the Sony OLED TVs, where the 77-inch TV currently goes for 2,700 euros, which I thought was pretty low for a frickin' OLED of that size, right? I mean, those TVs, 5 years ago would have cost, I don't know, 12,000, something like that. So it was just insane to see that sort of price drop, right? And the thing is, with TVs of that size, I mean, 55-inch is pretty much the standard now, right? It would be pretty hard to get smaller TVs. Obviously, they still exist, but I think people would buy those more for maybe if you want to get a TV in your bedroom, or maybe even your a bathroom or something, right? That's what people would buy that for, but not necessarily like your main TV in your living room. Because the thing is, they're equally expensive, right? So if you can buy a new TV that's in the price range of around $1,000, there is no reason to go with less than 55 inch. And even way below that, especially if you look out for sales, I feel like there isn't really a reason to go for a smaller TV, right? Unless maybe you're a student and you're living in a tiny apartment, in which case, yes, obviously. But then again, and that's another thing, right? You can get really, really, really good cheap monitors these days. So if you don't want to spend $1,000 on a TV, just go for a monitor. I mean, the one that I have cost what, 370 euros or something, and it's a really good monitor. And perfectly fine for 4K games for the PS5, right? And for just everyday sort of PC work. And there are even cheaper models, I think, that still have 4K. Like if you don't necessarily want to have HDR, for example, right? Those kinds of things. And arguably HDR, while being a very impressive technology, and especially on an OLED screen, it's nice to have and it's pretty impressive. But changing over from my old PC monitor, which at this point was starting to get, like, it's almost 15 years old, I think, you realize just how freaking bright nowadays monitors are. And honestly, they're a little bit too bright. I think that's also why everybody switched to using dark mode, because that wasn't the thing, right? I mean, 10, 15 years ago, dark mode just didn't exist. Light mode was the standard, and that's what everything was built around, especially with websites, right? And I think, to a degree, it might have also been because monitors just weren't that bright. And TVs neither, for that matter. And honestly, I think, especially if I'm sitting here, like, late, like, during the evening hours, having HDR on, while it looks impressive, does, strain your eyes a little bit because it's just so bright. And my monitor being, I guess a little bit on the cheaper side for 4K HDR displays, just made me realize I wouldn't necessarily even want a brighter monitor, right? Because that it would completely, like, you would get blind looking at it. Like, obviously not actually, right? It would still be pretty impressive, but it's not necessarily something that you want to have, I think, or need to have. Let's put it that way. And then obviously OLEDs are a little bit of a different thing because OLEDs inherently are not as bright, which isn't a problem because the contrast is what it's all about, right? The fact that dark pixels are actually pitch black means that the actual bright pixels don't need to be as bright compared to your normal display, where if black's not actually black, then the highlights need to be much brighter to make up in terms of contrast, right? In order for your eyes to perceive it to have a really, really cool contrast. So that's another thing to consider. Anyways, though, the reason why I started this rant was with these types of UIs and with the fact that TVs are getting really, really big, and even monitors, right? I mean, having a 17-inch or a 19-inch monitor like 10 years ago was still very much a thing. But nowadays, it's all about like 23 is already considered small, I would think. I'm currently running two 28s. But I've seen a lot of people using, 32, maybe even 40-inch monitors, right? Or rather a small TV as a monitor. So that's another thing that people are using these days. And my point here just is, with those insanely large displays, you can make your eyes a lot smaller. And then you have two options. Either you make the UI small to get it out of the way. I mean, it still needs to be functional, obviously, right? It still needs to display information wherever you need it. Which is another thing. With those big resolutions, For some reason, developers still insist on putting the UI on the corner of the screen. That is the dumbest thing ever, right? Something that, for example, Breath of the Wild did is that it displayed the amount of arrows you have on your target rectangle, right? Or it wasn't a rectangle, but, you know, on your target reticle. Which is where you want to have it. But it was just a small number, right? So it didn't get in the way of anything. But you still knew how many arrows you had left. Whereas for some reason, a lot of current shooters, like first-person shooters, still insist to put your ammunition count in the corner of your screen, or the health in the corner of your screen. That's going back to Battlefield, right? Battlefield has an atrociously bad UI for actually knowing how much health you have left. I mean, yes, of course, they do have the, I guess, the animation of, like, your screen getting red, right? If you get low on health. But knowing the actual point value would be pretty beneficial, especially if you know how, like, if you know the values of how much damage can be dealt to you, it would be of great benefit to you to be able to discern, oh, hey, would I be a one-shot at this point, or am I out of that range, right? And there's no way to know that by just having that, you know, screen animation. And the funny thing is, the UI actually does display the proper health value, but it displays it at a, you know, at a point on the screen where it's of no use to you. So I don't know why that's not an option, right? Why isn't, I think personally it should be a standard option in every video game to either have information on the corner of your screen or have it in the middle of your screen, right? Obviously that's a thing of personal preference, but that should be a standard in every single game. And the same goes here for No Man's Sky. Why am I not allowed to go into the options and scale this UI to my liking? For example, the whole right of the screen here is completely unusable. Like, why do I need to see the outside of my ship in this inventory? They could literally put this in the background and it would still be completely fine. This information up here, while obviously being information that you want to have, could be a lot smaller. There's no reason for you to have this empty space over here. And then they start scrolling the inventory instead of, you know, using the whole right side of the screen. And at the same point, if I'm on a 4K monitor, why do I not have the option of making these symbols smaller? They could be at least 30% smaller while still retaining the same amount of information for me personally, right? So that would allow me to display way more slots on the same screen without having to scroll. But it's not an option. For some reason, the game doesn't allow you to do that. And that's not a complaint necessarily about No Man's Sky itself, but rather about games in general, because most games do not offer that scalability. 14 does, though. Final Fantasy 14 does allow you to scale things a lot and move it around and whatever you want to do with it, really. And yes, it's an MMO, but there's no excuse for other games not to have it. Same as with the cross hotbar that Final Fantasy 14 offers. There is no reason why a game, for example, like Elden Ring, does not have the same functionality. Like, it's actually actively bad, right? The way 14 allows you to access a billion different buttons in this, like in the span of, you know, milliseconds, completely destroys my, like, the way you input buttons in other games feels atrociously bad compared to how Final Fantasy XIV does that. And I know that I was complaining a lot about that during my Elden Ring playthrough as well. Because Elden Ring, the way they let you access certain items is atrociously bad, as I said. But that is an interesting thing where we get into the whole idea of single-player games Oh, wait, I wanted to collect that hydrogen. It is an interesting case study because there is a reason for why single-player games might choose to make access to inventory items more difficult, right? It doesn't excuse Elden Ring's shortcomings, but The Last of Us did something really, really interesting with that. Sadly, they didn't really innovate on that in any sort of capacity when they released the second game. But when The Last of Us 1 came out, one really, really cool thing that they did was that they, the way you access different weapons, right? It forces you, like, they never actually pause the game, right? Which is another thing that, for example, From Software also does in their games, though it's also partly because of their always-on multiplayer thing. Because you can get invaded every time. Oh, by the way, it does keep the beacon on my radar. That's really cool when you land on the planet. But yeah, one thing that The Last of Us originally did is that they, whenever you use the inventory to craft medkits, for example, or to change your weapon, it forces you to open up your backpack, and it also plays an animation for it, right? Let's just wait out the storm, by the way. It also plays an animation for it, right? Oh, what the fuck is that? Why do they constantly appear out of the planet's core? Is that on purpose? That looks like a bug, to be honest. Anyways, Joel puts down the backpack. Yeah, that seems to be a bug. Huh. I wonder if they can run into you, honestly. And the whole purpose, so they're actively sort of making it more difficult for you to access your inventory in order to make the game more immersive, because it creates tension, right? It creates this feeling of helplessness when you suddenly realize, oh fuck, I'm out of health, but I need to craft a health pack, so I need to run out of the line of sight of the enemies, then open my backpack, quickly craft it. And the way they've done it is they've actually actively thought about it, right? So it's not just making it annoying on purpose, but instead they've designed it in a way where it still feels very snappy, it still feels very sort of engaging and like you're in control of the situation, while still forcing you to use it in a more tactical manner, right? So they force you to use it in a more tactical way, while at the same time still making it very responsive, very modern in its design as well. It's very, very, like, you can see things at a glance. It's also not off in the corner, but sort of only like in like a 1/3 position. It's the best way I can put it. Which means that it also allows you to keep sort of the action on screen in sight while being in your inventory, right? It's pretty minimalistic. It's a very, very cool design. And whenever you get the chance, actually check out the one of the developer diaries specifically talks about their ideas for their UI design. And it's very, very interesting because they actually thought about things that sadly a lot of other developers sort of seem to completely neglect, and you feel that, right? You actively feel how bad a lot of the UI and control decisions are nowadays in games. Because a lot of developers, I think, they don't put the thought and actual time into adjusting control schemes and UI designs for their specific game. Another good example, obviously Ubisoft's games are, well, they're bad in a lot of ways, but there was this funny screenshot that made the rounds when Elden Ring released of how bad Elden Ring would be if it would be a Ubisoft title, with all these completely unnecessary UI elements on screen and 1,000 sort of, oh, go here to collect this, go here to collect that, right? Like it really highlighted just how unfathomably bad UI design is in a lot of AAA games. But yeah, in terms of customizability, I mean, the good thing about that is, right, if UIs were more customizable, then you could get around the inability of certain developers, or it's not necessarily their inability, but maybe also just that they don't really want to engage with that, or they don't know how, or whatever. Well, that would be inability, right? But you could get around that, right? If games would offer, in general, would offer better customization of their UI, then you could get around developers not really putting the time in. It would still be kind of bad, right, that you would have to do that yourself, but at least it would, alleviate the issue somewhat. Oh wait, I need to craft more. Let's see. Banana tube. How the hell am I missing oxygen? I'm missing oxygen. Holy shit. It's been a while since I had to collect oxygen. Where do I get it from? Does this planet have oxygen in it? In certain thing? Oh yeah, these things have oxygen. Also, I was talking so much I completely forgot to look for buried technology modules. Which is bad. Was that enough? No. That's really far away. Will it still keep the buried technology? Well, if it doesn't, oops. If it doesn't, I'll just, Can I not collect oxygen from some of the trees here? Oh yeah, these also have oxygen in them. Probably not a lot though. Okay, yeah, there's definitely... That feels like a bug, that it's sometimes deactivating the things you've marked prior to... Oh, it might be because I also marked the buried technology module though. Okay, let's get back to the drop pod. But yeah, I thought that The Last of Us was a pretty interesting case study of sometimes you do want your UI to be purposefully obstructing certain things in order to enhance single player, or in general, just, your game and make it more immersive in a couple of ways. There's definitely a way to do that, right? There is definitely a way to design games and UIs in a way where they're not, or they're purposefully obstructing certain things just to make it more immersive. That is definitely a thing that exists. But that being said, I think that is something that should be thought of after, right? So, and I think that's also something that they're actually talking about in that dev diary of The Last of Us, is that they were thinking of how to make the UI essentially very streamlined. I don't want to say anything wrong here, but it was definitely something along the lines of, okay, so we want to streamline our inventory, we essentially want to put it sort of out of the way of the player's mind, right? It needs to be something that should be very, especially or sort of the way you always think about that, and obviously that's a very common audit sort of design philosophy, I guess, is that you want to design a UI where the player doesn't really need to think about it, right? The best UIs allow you to, let's go there first. The best UIs allow you to get immersed within a game without ever really thinking about UI design. Which if you want to have that as your standard, you you quickly realize just how bad UIs typically are. But which also, every time I say, oh yeah, UIs are really bad, yes they are, but you also have to realize how difficult it is to actually design a good UI, right? That's not a thing that just happens. That is the thing that is really, really difficult. Oh, it's in a cave. Oh. And so, you can't necessarily blame developers all the time. Oh no, is this bug? It might be. Yeah, it seems for some reason that this is not flattenable or terrain manipulatable. Unfortunate. Maybe I did something wrong, but let's go over to that one then. It's just very, very cool how they're talking about that, right? And so they essentially want to make your UI as accessible and as sort of objectively best as possible. And then, once you've done that, you can think about ways of how to potentially adjust it to make it more immersive, right? So once it's already, quote unquote, well, it will never be perfect, obviously, but once it's already, really customizable and on all those neat things, then you can think about, okay, how do we make this more immersive, right? How can we create, or how can we, add or change certain things in a way that allows the game to be more immersive? Which is why it's so rarely done, because you can already see how that might introduce, quite a bit of difficulty in terms of time and budget constraints, because what I essentially just said is that, well, you want to put time into something that you then potentially what's the word? Don't even use. So if you do it that way, you might end up designing certain accessibility features for your UI that ultimately will get deactivated again in order to make it more immersive, right? So essentially, I'm asking developers to put time into something that ultimately might not even be a function within the game. And you can already realize how, difficult something like that would be to decide to do. But, and that's a big but, what you have to realize is that the end goal is only really possible if you do it that way. I mean, if you're really, really clever, right? If you have insane UI designers, then you might be able to do it without, is this paraffinium? No, this is just a random rock, I think. Then you might be able to do it without investing too much resources into something that you ultimately don't use. But I think that's really, really difficult. I mean, well, you can always you don't necessarily have to implement your accessibility, right? It could very well be just a theoretical thing, and then you realize, oh, this or this we don't actually need because we want to have specific immersive features for your UI. And arguably, that being said, if you really look at the UI, for example, of The Last of Us 1, well, it's, I guess it doesn't really count as an example for that, but making The Last of Us 1 UI customizable in big ways is probably fairly difficult. But then again, it is a fairly simple game on the gameplay side, right? You don't really have that many options, especially when it comes to interacting with the UI. There are only 6 materials that you can collect, which is purposefully done very simplistic, so that you don't have to engage with any sort of bigger UI or inventory, right? And the only real inventory that you have is when you look through the collectibles, which in that case it's essentially just a list of everything that you found, which is perfectly fine and suits the needs of the game fairly well, I think. So, you know, when I say every UI needs to be customizable, obviously you do have to keep in mind that a very simplistic game doesn't really, like Tetris doesn't need a heavily customizable UI, right? Obviously. But the more complicated your game gets, especially again, when it comes to lists and or these types of inventories that just show a bunch of stuff on screen, please let me adjust and scale it to my needs and to my monitor resolution and whatever else you'd want to have, right? Anyways, while talking about all of that, I actually got through all my inventory upgrades, which is nice. Which means that now, I probably would want to get onto repairing my Starship technologies, which might mean that I would want to have cadmium. I'm still missing some salvage data though, which is annoying me somewhat. I could just try to land on... That's the one that I just tried to get to, right? Yeah. I guess, since this planet does seem to have some salvage data fairly readily available, let's maybe try to just drive around a little bit. I mean, this still has deactivated sentinels, so I think it might not be the worst idea to, yeah, just drive around a little bit and try to get a couple more. I don't need that many, which is why I'm sort of thinking about collecting them here, because I think I only really need to maybe get about 3 additional ones, 3 additional what's it called? Salvaged module things. Great, more antimatter housing that I don't need. Oh boy, this rusted metal is gonna get me so much ferrite dust once I return to my base. I constantly think that I'm running out of inventory slots, but nope. Guess that's a thing of the past. Well, I mean, you'll still run out of inventory eventually, simply because, you know, the more you have, I guess the more you just stock up on things. Like, originally I would have never collected this much dihydrogen, simply out of fear of running out of inventory for other things. But now you can just sort of freely go about and mine stuff. Oops. I do find it strange, though, that the exocraft scanner doesn't actually show, what's it called? It doesn't actually show berry technology. Because it seems to be the only thing it's not showing, right? Wait, that's not the one I was originally at, I hope. The one that I couldn't access. also crazy how quickly you can do this, right? So I'm on one of these higher mountains again. I hope this isn't like super far underground. Oh well, it shouldn't be. Yeah, it's not. Nice. Ooh, yeah, there's a bunch more. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, hello. Oops. It's actually quite funny that the crazily efficient mining beam on the exocraft is not able to do the advanced mining stuff. I get that you're supposed to install that specific technology, and that's completely fine with me. Like, I don't mind that. It is just, from a, I guess, logic perspective, somewhat funny that it doesn't work that way. All right. Huh. Huh. That's funny. If you exit your exocraft while still mining, I guess that can happen. Oh. Wait, did it change the terrain manipulator? It did. Huh. For some reason it was still on the restore UI of the terrain manipulator rather than the mining UI. Holy shit, there's a lot of technology modules here. 25. Alright. Well, I do still need a lot more. Sometimes they give you a crazy amount, and sometimes they don't give you anything at all. Well, at least they do give you more. I think at some point in the game, the technology modules only ever gave you one salvage data. I think that was a thing at some point in the past. But thankfully now they can drop, I don't know, like, sometimes I feel like I'm getting about, I don't know, like 5 or even 7 salvage data or something out of them. So that's pretty awesome, honestly. Actively have to free up a path here. Oh, well, that's an unidentified material. Interesting. And for some reason it requires an advanced mining laser. What is this thing doing here? More navigation data. Crazy. I wonder why these things are sometimes just lying around on the ground. Yet another thing that, I wish they would reduce somewhat. I don't know, it feels weird that you can find so many of these supply crates everywhere. I don't think that should be a thing. Because it just doesn't really make a whole lot of sense, does it? I think it's probably another one of those examples where they have these things initially because the game didn't really have that much to do and to find. And so it was just sort of a distraction of a thing that you could do in order to even have loot on a planet. But nowadays, there's so many things in this game that it just feels a little bit dumb to, have these types of things lying around everywhere. Because why would they be, right? It's just, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. It just doesn't make sense. But, at the end of the day. Same with this, like, randomly landing pilots. At least it doesn't happen too often, I feel like. But, you know, like an hour ago or something, when I was at that Sentinel depot, it made sense because it felt like they were also checking out what that was, right? What that structure was. So I thought that was pretty cool and actually somewhat immersive to, you know, have another pilot land there, and it felt as if they were also trying to, or wanting to check out, well, what's this weird Sentinel structure about, right? Oh fuck, I'm actually not. I think I need to call over my starship if the thing's coming in. Do I have enough salvage data now? I do. Well, let's not hang around then, because, well, wait. I'm pretty sure that my exocraft doesn't actually, yeah, it doesn't actually shield me from the storm. That's my exosuit thing that's shielding me. Alright, let's get the, let's summon my ship. Boom. Ooh, launch thrusters aren't doing too good. Well, whatever. I think that's also because it's night, right? They don't actually... Yeah, I don't have enough fuel in them. Oopsie. Well. So these still need cadmium and deuterium. I think... Well, first of all, I'm going to visit the anomaly to purchase the blueprints that I still need for the mineral extraction sites and whatnot. And then I am going to go back to my freighter to build the exocraft bay thing so that I can actually access the exocraft inventories from there. And then I think I'm going to start with trying to build... I'm going to go back to my original base because I think in that system there was a planet that had cadmium on it. And then I'm going to try to build an actual sort of automated mineral extraction thing that'll allow me to get basically infinite cadmium. Let's see if that's a thing that I can do, or if I misunderstood something about that. I will take a very quick bio break, though. Be right back. All right. Seems like the storm is actually cleared out in the meantime. And my launch thrusters work again. Nice. That's cool that they passively recharge. I mean, that's still the technology that I also want to install in my exocraft desperately. The way that it can hopefully also automatically recharge. Alright, let's get off the surface real quick and summon in... Let's summon in the anomaly first, because that's just to get the blueprints. Don't think I ever landed this far back on the anomaly. Not that I really minded, but oh well. Anything else that I want to do here? I always feel like there should be more to sort of uncover or do, but Oh, right, I can do the... Can I do the big jumps here too? I can do small jumps. For some reason it doesn't really allow me to do the big jumps here, it seems. See if I can grab a couple more nanites. I still don't understand what this is actually really based on. You just talk to him and then, you know, he just gives you nanites based on what you've uncovered since last you spoke to him, but it's such a weird... I don't know. It's a really, really weird interaction because it doesn't really display what that's based on. It just sort of gives you nanites. I don't know. Seems a little bit weird to me, but whatever. Let's see. Construction research. Where is it? Also, the way this is sorted is somewhat weird. Here it is. Alright. Mineral extractor. Determine a site with the surveying upgrade for the analysis visor. Mineral extraction rates and produced minerals will vary from site to site. I wonder, these don't seem to be necessarily connected to the mineral sites that you find on planets. I think, well, logically speaking, right, it would make sense if these things do extract the mineral that is present on any given planet. We'll have to see how it works, though. Alright. Cool. And then, I guess, I'm going to start to unlock things that I want to have for... Well, that's the big question, right? Do I want to build these extraction sites in conjunction with these pieces? I don't know. This seems more like a research base to me, right? But that being said, is there really any sort of point to having a research base? Or... I don't know. I think if you wanted to build a more quote-unquote sort of factory, right, for these types of minerals, to extract them and whatnot, then I actually think these alloy pieces probably make more sense for that. So I think I'm going to be starting to unlock these ones. Which is a little bit unfortunate because that does mean that I probably will have to get even more salvage data. Oh well. Oh, that's the normal wall already. I was gonna say, wait, extruded? Where's the normal wall? But that's the first thing you unlock. Okay, let's get a doorway. Ally door A. Definitely need to have a floor panel. I do want to have the ramp eventually. Let's grab the flat roof for now. Yeah, I do think these will work quite well for factory type bases. I do really like their design, to be honest. Let's... Let's maybe go for this one for now. I mean, I will always be able to, you know, work on those sites, right? They're not permanent. I mean, that's the cool thing, right? You can just keep working on that and keep expanding it and whatnot, so... Very much like the idea of that. Cool. Back to the freighter then, and let's build the exocraft bay thing. Can I just summon in the freighter right next to the anomaly? That thing? Yes. Oh! Slightly confused what that guy was doing there. Why is something marked on... Am I still very close to the moon, or why is that star marked? Okay. There wasn't anything else in here, right? Nope. Cool. Would probably make sense to put it over here, since that's where the exocraft thing is. And this has already been expanded. Let's see, where is it though? Orbital exocraft materializer. What was the other thing that I got? The other thing was sort of a general geobay, I think, right? Which I'm not entirely sure why that exists specifically, because am I not able to just summon in any type of... Oh well. If the need arises to build that, then I guess it'll happen. Wait. That looks exactly like the thing that's over here, though. Euler Eshiku seems discomfited by their surroundings, as though not entirely at ease with freighter living. Their eyes frequently drift over to a fellow crewmate, and especially Virile? An imposing Viking. I can only guess at what their relationship might be. Cool. Nice to know, I guess. Wait, is this sort of... If this is the same thing, then shouldn't I have access to my exocraft inventory? Do I need to build or install some other technology somewhere? Okay, I think I will have to Google this, because that doesn't... Orbital exocraft materializer. Construction allows the user to summon any owned exocraft while in the same system as their freighter. Oh. Oopsie. I didn't even realize that was... I completely misunderstood how this... Oh. Yeah. I completely misunderstood that. So that's the reason why I was able to summon in my exocraft the entire time. Because the freighter was parked in the system and it has this... It came with this thing pre-installed. Oh, well... At least now I know. Oopsie. Huh. Well, okay, that doesn't really solve my issue then, though. How do I access the exocraft's inventory from within my freighter, then? Shouldn't there be a way to do that as well? I mean, this guy only offers the upgrades, right? I've detected another location of interest. Oh yeah, never mind. Yeah, I can buy upgrades. No, I don't want to though. Huh. Yeah, that seems... Why wouldn't the same room that allows you to summon in your exocraft anywhere in the system that your freighter is parked in, why wouldn't the same thing then allow you to also summon it back to the freighter? Or at least access its inventory. That seems somewhat strange. What is this, by the way? Temporary frigate upgrade that... Oh yeah, those are the one expedition things. Stellar Extractor, advanced integrated freighter equipment, gathers resources directly from the interstellar medium. That's the thing that came pre-installed on this one as well, I think. Industrial room, and that's just the normal industrial room. Appearance modifier, scanner. Upon use, the planetary scanner probes all celestial bodies in the local solar system. Scanned moons and planets are discovered, and sensors collect high-level data such as weather conditions and prominent resources. That is so crazy to me that works. And that's just the room expansion. Why do these cost 5,000 nanites, by the way? Well, how do you access the frickin'... Is that not a thing that you can do? I feel like that doesn't really make sense. Because that would force me to go back to my base every time just to access the exocraft's inventory. I don't think that makes that much sense. No Man's Sky, access exocraft from freighter. To deploy any on any... How do I store exocrafts on my freighter? And be able to summon them on the ground. Oh, wait, let's... That's not the question to the answer I'm looking for. Is it possible to access my exocraft inventory from my freighter somehow? I wish this was possible. I think they should make the panel on the freighter's exocraft room interactable. Yeah. Because that's originally when I saw it, that's what I thought that room was going to be doing, right? Is that it also looks like that. It even has a panel on it. It looks like you could just access it and then basically, quote unquote, summon in your exocraft. Just that it wouldn't actually appear, but rather sort of a miniature version of it or something. Not your exo, but if you build a teleport module in it, you can use it like extra storage all around the galaxy. Okay. Wait, so there is an upgrade for the exocraft, like a teleport module that allows you to do that? The one teleport module that I was able to get for my ship was pretty bad, though. Wait a second. The technology. Would that be here, though? Radar amplifier, hyper, miniature radar array. Whatever this is. Why are these grayed out, but the other one is just question mark, question mark? Huh. What is the Humboldt drive, by the way? Oh, that's for the Nautilon. Well, there's a bunch of question marks here, so that might be something that I have to discover somehow. None of these look like teleporter modules, though. It might be a sort of general thing that exists somehow. Device that modulates and starships can send and receive products and subs to users over long distance. That's over a long distance, but oh, Vesper sail, solar cell. The product automatically generates an electric field within the sail. Some cells along the starship will build momentum from the solar wind. How do I find this? Can that even be installed on every ship? I thought you had to have a solar sail ship in order for that to work. Maybe. Wait. Let's keep looking. Can't someone? That seems to be such a weird oversight, to be honest. Because doesn't it seem pretty crazy? So you park your freighter in any given system, and then you magically can summon in your exocraft on any planet surface within the same system, but you're not allowed to access its inventory from the freighter. The very thing that allows you to do that. That just seems like such a backwards way. It should, like, I think while you're on your freighter, you should just standard basically have access to every inventory within the game. I mean, it's completely fine that you have to build maybe a specific room for it, but it just seems dumb not to, because the other problem is there literally seems to be no way to do this, right? Because it would be fine if you could build like a geobay on your freighter that would allow you to summon in your exocraft or something, but apparently that's just not a thing. What a weird... The problem is finding answers to this. A lot of people are asking about how to summon in the exocraft, or how to use or get the bay thing that I already have. I see people asking about this 2 years ago. How's that not a thing that they've done yet? That is so strange that that's not a thing. Hmm. I'm sorry that I'm looking this up. I just can't believe that that is not a thing that's possible. It seems like not even that many people are asking about it, which is even more weird because as cool as the feature is to get your exocraft onto every planet, I feel like being able to access sort of every available inventory to you from your freighter would be the more pressing thing. Yeah. So sadly, it seems like that's not a thing that you can do. I don't know. Maybe there's some sort of weird teleporter upgrade that is available later that I just haven't gotten yet. Maybe, you know what? Let's just very quickly. Oops. Just one more shot at this and take a look at the wiki and see. Teleport. Base teleport module, short range teleporter, teleporter receiver. See what that is. Oh, that's the thing I already have. It's a short range teleporter. That's a base thing. Teleport coordinators. That's a material. Hub teleporter pagoda. Teleport chamber. Yeah, it honestly seems like that's not a possible thing, which is blowing my mind right now. Well, at least I guess I don't have to keep looking for it then. Hmm. Okay, okay. Well, maybe there is a reason behind it. Maybe they want you to have to go back to your base or something from time to time. But then again, especially if you, or especially because you can more or less have everything else on your freighter. It honestly seems like a weird oversight. I don't know how else to put it, honestly. Just seems like you should be able to build something that's very, very similar to the rooms that give you access to your container storage. In the same vein, there could just be a room, or again, rather, it could just be the room that already exists. I can't believe that I got fucking 50 navigation data back while going through my exopod or exosuit drop pod navigational charts. Because with this, I could buy 5 more. And then with those 5, I would probably get another 3 or something. You can literally spend, I don't know, 8 hours or something simply just looking for drop pods with very little in terms of resources or something. Well, anyways, let's do that then. Let's go back to my base. My actual base, that is. Not too sure about the base on the moon there. I might just shift that to another location or something. Depending. Because I think the moon does have paraffinium, so it might be possible to get that. Yay! It's been a while since I've been here. Okay, first of all, let's get rid of the stuff that I can refine. So let's put in... let's do the slime stuff first. I honestly wish, just simply for the sheer amount of time and effort it takes to refine this into nanites, I wish it would give you more. It doesn't need to be much more, but just, at least, I don't know, maybe 3-4 times the amount, because currently it's literally a tiny, insignificant amount of nanites that you get for it. So, yeah. See, I'm not filling up my inventory with this, right? Okay. A farmer milestone. Nice, nice, nice. Let's see, anything else that I can sell here? You can even buy this. You can buy 57 navigational data, and it's not even that expensive. Check it out, 76,000 units for 57 navigation data. So I think buying this, if I were to literally just go buy this and then activate all of them, or rather exchange all of them for drop pod navigational charts, I could probably immediately get to maximum inventory slots on my exosuit, I think. Fairly positive that would work. Which is kind of crazy to me, and a little bit strange. I don't mind that that's a thing, per se, for the people, if you straight up just want to do that and upgrade your exosuit inventory to maximum, sure. Not a bad thing at all, but, yeah, I feel like that's a bit too... just a tiny bit too easy. Anyways, one thing that I wanted to try now. So this light box. This requires power, correct? Wait, can I attach more than one cable to it, though? If I place it... Where's the freaking extractor that I built last time? Somewhere over there, right? Let's put one down here. Oh, you can... Well, you can connect multiple ones. Let's see, what happens if I connect the cable... Where's the cable? Cable? There it is. So let's connect... I don't know. There we go. Is this long enough? Yes. Yeah, I should be able to connect an additional cable from this thing. How do I change the color, though? Oh, I guess I have to do that through the building menu. Edit, place parts. Duplicate, delete. What? Colors. That's what I was looking for. Well, it's supposed to be an electrical repeater, essentially. So, gray and black, what does that look like? It's still blue. What? Am I doing something wrong here? Nope. Oh. Well, that's weird then. Why does the gray-black glow blue? I feel like these aren't the actual colors. I mean, blue and white kind of fits the planet, I think. Right? Okay, so now... how do I know how much power this consumes, though? Does it tell me somewhere? Oh, it never really tells you these things. That is very, very annoying. That sentinel just flying by. Light box. How do I know how much power this is consuming? Why is that such a difficult thing to gather? I mean, this shows me my power grid usage. I guess I could just take a look at... Currently it's at 87 kp used. I guess I could just build another one. Let's see, so if I do this, and then put it... I wonder if this is too far away, or if this works. Oh, it works. Okay. Place wire. Why can I not? That was weird. Somehow I wasn't able to exit the menu. Alright. Let's take a look then. $88. Alright, so it's 1 kp. Which is probably the lowest amount that something can use. Well, that's fine then. I mean, don't necessarily mind that, I would say. Yeah, 50 nanites just isn't enough. Honestly, I think this should just straight up convert into 250 nanites. Maybe 125 would also be alright. But 50... It's not necessarily that I want to have more nanites, it's just that this whole process is too involved for that amount. Or, alternatively, they would need to allow you to put more stuff into the refiner. That would also be okay. If they would allow you to refine 1,000 at once, then that would also be okay. Okay, let's see if I can actually find the frickin' thing. Okay, it's over there. Let's see if I place it here, if that works. Toggle wiring. Or if this is too... Nope. This definitely works. And then I think this should be close enough. Yes. Or no. Wait, what? Yes, it is. Okay. Well, cool. I actually like using the lights for that. And they do have quite a bit of range. I mean, maybe I would have even been able to get away with one or something. But I like them. You can adjust their color to make them, like, integrate into the environment. I mean, obviously, it's still very much an alien structure, right? It doesn't necessarily belong into the environment, but, you know, it sort of reminds you of one of these just basic boxes that you see outside, right? Like the stuff that telecommunication companies and whatnot build in order to be able to access, I don't know, like internet, fiber, cables and whatnot. Somewhat reminds me of that. If you had more decorative elements, you could probably even later on put something like next to it to make it integrate into the environment even better. Could also even build, like in theory later on, you could build pathways and whatnot, right? Like actual walkways, and then just put that next to it. And so it acts as both a way to get electricity from one point to the next, but also as a decorative element next to those pathways. I'm actually quite looking forward to be able to do that in the future. Holy fuck. Yeah, that definitely helps a lot. It does mean, how do we... I mean, I don't necessarily need a third battery, but... Yeah, let's maybe not do that quite yet. If I don't need it, why build it, right? Okay, let's get rid of this then. Also, that's another thing. The fact that the viscous fluids turn into the other stuff first and then you have to refine it again. If both of them would just straight up turn into nanites, maybe then it would also be okay. But yeah, it's all very finicky, honestly. Also, let's put some of this away. Fungal mold, gamma root, cactus flesh, star bulb. Anything else that I want to put somewhere else? More died. Oh, right. I think... Didn't I need pugnium for some exocraft upgrade? I think so, right? Yeah, for this one. Power of the exocraft mining laser. Perfect. So I can move this over and then put this into the supercharged slot, right? Yes. Not that this mining laser needed an upgrade, it was already pretty good, honestly. Wait, do I still have either dioxide or deuterium somewhere? I can also build this now, the solar recharge unit. Ah, that's perfect. Microprocessor and storm crystal. Wait, so microprocessor, storm crystal, and... well, dioxide if I have it. Activated indium, cobalt. Let's put the platinum away for the time being. Ferrite, ferrite. More carbon. Do I want to put the carbon into my inventory? Ah, well, I mean, carbon is pretty easy to collect, right? Didn't I need emerald? Oh, right. I think I looked into this last time as well, and then realized, oops, that's activated emerald, not actual emerald. Oh, that's a shame then. Let's actually grab these then. Definitely have more than enough space. Just keep them in my inventory. Okay, that's the storm crystals. Anything else? Anything on my ship that I still need for something? The antimatter. What do I have? Dihydrogen. Let's move the antimatter to my ship. Life support gel. I think the rest is fine. Why is there one navigational data in here? That's strange. Well, at this point, especially with the added stuff of the exocraft, the amount of inventory you have really is almost enough to where you don't really need to move anything around, really, except for sort of specialized materials, maybe. Well, I mean, sadly, you do have to move stuff around because for some reason they don't allow you to access the exocraft inventory from your freighter. So, you know, after a while, I guess you do want to have, you do want to move that away from your exocraft and onto your freighter and whatnot. Oh, right, another microprocessor. Where's the other one? And carbon nanotube. Oop. Perfect. I guess I want to put that next to my engine. Wait, do I? I guess it doesn't need to be. I mean, it makes sense that this would be a completely separate technology that's not necessarily attached to your fusion engine, but at the same time, it is somewhat strange that they don't seem to be connected. Unless... can they connect to that one? Ooh. No. Guess I'll just leave it here then. Oh yeah, it's currently night. I was wondering, shouldn't it already, like, give me fuel, but that's fine then. Okay. Oh, I definitely need dioxide. How do I not have dioxide available? Why did I never collect that? I guess I never really needed it for anything, for some reason. Let's put here dioxide. Okay. And then also mark off the things that I already installed, I suppose. So I'm only missing the thermal buffer, the neutron shielding, and some suspension. Got the other two. Nice. Well, that was a pretty painless way to upgrade things. Man, it sure would be cool to have some sort of teleporter, right? I mean, I don't even really need to move most of the stuff. The exocraft does have more than enough inventory. It's just that I need to keep in mind that if I were to need some of this on my planet, rather on my freighter, then I would want to move it over. I can definitely see a problem in the future where everything's everywhere, right? Instead of being like in a central place. And it could potentially be very, very difficult to find things in your inventory because there's no sort of inherent way to sort this stuff. It seems like. So it's just a little bit of an annoyance, right? If you come up on a situation where you say, "Oh, I need carbon," well, "Oh shit, I don't have carbon," but actually you do. It's just not in a location where it's easily accessible. Yeah. I think I actually want to build more refineries. Is that a thing that I can easily do, or do they require a lot of resources? What was this then? Construction allows the user to summon any owned exocraft from anywhere else in that system. Interfaces with the Exosuit Quick Command menu to ease of use. Quick Command menu. Can be compressed and carried within the exosuit for later redeployment. Wait, so this is the freighter room without having the necessity to have the freighter in your current system, but instead having to put this in your exosuit. I wish this would be something that you didn't have to deploy. Why can this not just be a technology upgrade for your exosuit? Where you install it once, and then from the quick menu you can just summon in your exocraft because you have that technology installed. I don't know. Again, another one of these weird things that could be a lot easier without taking away any sort of immersion or something. Magnetized ferrite and dihydrogen jelly. Well, I can craft that. Give me a second. Okay. Yeah, so I just got a message. Need to get to the end here. Just sort of thinking about what I would like to do and focus on. As I said, the next big thing is definitely that I'm going to be trying to start up an outpost that's essentially going to be a mining factory that'll allow me to get cadmium. That's what I want to do next. Though I guess as a little bit of a of a thing here as well, let's just build one more medium refiner, just so that I'm able to refine more things at the same time. Don't exactly know where I would want to put it though. Yeah, let's wait for this to be done. Put it in here. And dihydrogen jelly I should be able to just craft right out of my inventory. Yeah. 5. So I need a little bit more magnetized ferrite, and then I can put down another refiner. I think... Well, I will keep the large refiner around, but... I think I would like to have about 5 refiners or something, because I think that'll be enough to where you can just return to the space and just start refining everything that needs to be refined from whatever you just got from planets and whatnot. That seems to be, or that would be, I think, a cool way to ease the burden on the refiner somewhat. I could deconstruct these things, honestly, now that I think about it, because I'm not using them anyways. I could be using them, but I don't feel like there's any point to it, honestly. Yeah, let's deconstruct them. Hey, that actually got me more dihydrogen jelly. Because that means I'll be able to put one of the refineries over there. It didn't, however, give me magnetized ferrite. Let's do that real quick. Let's put that over here. Oop. Start refining. Oh, this is still run. Wait. Thought that had already stopped. But yeah, that's going to be it for the stream for now. I will be back tomorrow or Thursday with more No Man's Sky, I think. Well, I will definitely be back tomorrow evening for more Dragon Song's Reprise proc in Final Fantasy XIV. And as always, you can check out my stream schedule on Twitch to know when I'll be live with what game. I'll try to keep that updated as much as possible. And be definitely looking back into No Man's Sky. And when we do that, the next big thing, as I said, is to build that cadmium mineral extraction facility. And then finally be able to repair the damaged Starship components that have now been damaged for quite a while. Okay. Exosuit, and I think there was more rusted metal. Oh well, but again, still have this as well. That's another weird bug. Okay, let's put that down so that I don't forget. here. Perfect. And that's going to be it. Save real quick, even though it does autosave all the time. Just make sure that it actually saved. Still kind of paranoid about that, and yes, it did. Alright, as I said, that's it for now. It was a lot of fun. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for the follow. And looking forward to Dragon Song's Reprise proc tomorrow and more No Man's Sky either tomorrow or Thursday. Until then, have a great rest of your day, evening, morning, wherever you are. See you on the next one. Bye-bye.